Good morning. Today is Thursday, November 21st, 2024, and welcome to today's regular meeting of the California Fair Political Practices Commission. Ms. Aposto, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Baker?
Here.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Here.
Commissioner Wilson?
Here.
Commissioner Wood?
Here.
Chair Silver?
Here. Excellent. Okay, well, why don't we start with item number 1? That's going to be public comment for items not on the agenda. I understand that we have several comments related to the implementation of the new mandatory e-filing requirement for 87-200 filers and other filers specified in that new statute. Because we don't have an item on the agenda related to that, I'd encourage those comments to be presented at this point in the meeting. And before we get to those, I just want to thank you all for participating. I know we've really been encouraging you to provide us with feedback. I know this is a big change and we're trying to make it as smooth as possible. And I hope that's the impression you're getting as well, based on all the communications we're sending out, the materials we produced, and then the IP meeting we did earlier this month, which was, I thought, very successful. So with that, why don't we take public comment? Looks like we have public comment in the room. So why don't we start with that public comment, and then we will move on to public comment related to AB 1170 implementation and other topics. So any public comment in the room? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm back again. You asked for public comment and some help, I guess, so that's what I'm here for today. I have to ask myself why I am here today. Do I actually believe the FPPC will overturn the results of an election marginally approved by voters due to the questionable campaign tactics of the city involved? Do you really think the city of Dixon will care if they are fined $10,000 or even $100,000 when they anticipate receiving $3 million in revenues from the sales tax increase every year? Do you actually believe they would hesitate to do it again and again, given the disparity of punishment to financial gain? Because of this body's inaction over my last complaint about the city illegally using city funds to promote a sales tax increase 2 years ago, 73% turnout of the Dixon voters voted 52% to 47% for a 1% sales tax increase for our city. With the small margin, I believe the brochure that they issued was vital to that result. Once again, the city spent taxpayer funds on a, quote, educational brochure approved by resolution under the cover of informing our citizens about Dixon's budget. I copied that agenda item, and I am including it in another waste of time complaint to this body. Your website under AdWatch states it is, quote, timing and tenor, end quote, which determines legality. Again, the timing of the brochure was at the start of voting. I have the brochure with the date received scan, and I'm including it in the same waste of time complaint. As for tenor, the resolution passed by the council says nothing about Measure J in the educational piece, yet it is there in the brochure. The brochure does not speak of reducing the budget, but only of increasing it. This is a promotional piece to show how the budget will be helped if the sales tax increase is approved. On a similar subject, there will be, which will be a separate waste of time complaint, the sales tax was promoted as a way to further fund police and fire. Police and fire spent money on this campaign, and when I contacted Dixon City Clerk, nothing had been filed as to money spent on this campaign, and no committee information had been reported. These two groups are part of the city government and should have been restricted from campaigning for this measure. I have emails which I will include with the complaint. This was a rather one-sided contest as citizens do not have well-funded organizations to oppose government. The local taxpayer group did not put up a single solitary vote no sign. The inaction by the FPPC on my last complaint enervated the city to continue this practice of campaigning under the subterfuge of education. This was confirmed to me by the city attorney. Those who know my intent in attempting to stop this farcical workaround have also posited one question which I chose not to believe, but it is now becoming more problematic to deny. Is the fact that Dixon City Attorney was a former FPPC employee have anything to do with the FPPC's attorney's condescension to this obvious perversion of the AdWatch program's purpose? I still have to ask the same question. Why are we here? Maybe the system is working for you. For those of the public who believe in election integrity, the system isn't working. Now the question will become, what are we going to do about it? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And, I want to highlight the fact that the area of the law you're talking about, it's very important that we have members of the public who are tracking potential misuses of public resources for a campaign purpose to enforce the law diligently. That's necessary, right? So thank you for that. Just to clarify our enforcement efforts in this area, our predecessor, I should say my predecessor as chair, myself, this is a priority for us to crack down on, in general, the misuse of state resources for a campaign purpose. The public would expect us to prosecute those sorts of violations and enforce the law, and we do. I think one major example to highlight would be a settlement that the FPPC, in particular our executive director, oversaw several years ago, where I believe the County of Los Angeles agreed to pay a civil fine of over $1 million for the misuse of public resources for a campaign purpose. So again, just want to emphasize this is something the FPPC takes seriously. The reality is this area of law is governed to a great extent by common law, and our hands are tied when it comes to prosecuting someone who's protected by those decisions, right? We have to follow what the courts have decided in this area. That doesn't mean that we value your arguments any less, that we feel that the public harm associated with this is not significant. We think it is significant. And so I hope you feel confident that this is a priority of our agency moving forward. So any additional public comment? Okay, well, why don't we move on to, well, before we do that, any comments from commissioners related to that public comment? Commissioner Baker?
No, I'll just save mine for the last item on our agenda where we can put things on the agenda for future matters. Thank you. And thank you for being here.
Excellent. Any public comment related to AB 1170 implementation? Excellent. Go ahead, please. Good morning. Give you a few more seconds.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Okay, hello. Hi, good morning. This is a comment for a non-agenda item. Thank you for the time. How much time do I have?
Mr. Bainbridge?
How,
3 minutes.
sorry, how much time do I have?
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Yes, this is John Lowe. This is actually me. Sometimes I'm deep faked, and then there's disingenuous writers that attribute those comments to me. But this is actually John Lowe calling from Sonoma County. This time, not some AI deep fake. I would like to talk about the corruption in local politics in Sonoma County, and that seems to be happening also in Napa County. In Napa, we have a federal Bureau of investigation happening right now, digging into a lot of stuff going on in Napa Board of Supervisors. And I wish that the feds would come to Sonoma County and see what's going on in our Board of Supervisors, where they constantly vote 5-0 on every issue, where they have not voted out of agreement in years. No one can challenge them in elections since 1980. No one's been successful in beating any of them in elections. This is a corrupt election system also in Sonoma County. And these people are ushered in and funneled in like Linda Hopkins with money from baby boomers.
Yes, sir. Before you go any further, just a couple notes for you. Number one, if any potential violations of the act, I'd appreciate if you're not going into detail related to them, because I don't want you to prejudice myself or other commissioners should those violations come before us, number one. And kind of on that point, we do have an item, number 9, related to Ms. Hopkins. So if you do have public comment related to Ms. Hopkins, that would be, that would be the time to present it.
Great. I'll be more specific to Hopkins at that agenda item, but right now I'm speaking generally about the need for oversight in Sonoma County politics. There is a corrupt cabal in Sonoma County, including the agenda item for number 9, but we won't speak on that now. The problem with this county not having any oversight is that no one can challenge these incumbents it's always a handoff of a baton from one to the next, sometimes from lovers like Corsi gets it from Zayn in 1980 something when he takes over. No one can get into this, into the Board of Supervisors without the nod from the Rotary boomers and everybody who grifted off this country for the last 50 years with the Keynesian money press. And we are run in this county also by the Anti-Defamation League, which seems to supersede the First Amendment and the Brown Act when it comes to criticizing public officials and their policies. So right before Israel starts bombarding innocent women and children in Gaza and slaughtering them in carpet bombing of Gaza, right before that, we have an ADL sponsored Anti-Defamation League sponsored basically a mandate that says that you can't be anti-Semitic, and anybody who speaks out against Jews is somehow anti-Semitic, and you need to like run them through the paper and run their name through the mud. But just ironic that came out days before the Jews in Israel started indiscriminately bombing women and children in Gaza, and they continue to do it. So as Israel continues this genocide against the people in Gaza, we're still under this anti-Semitism act that our Board of Supervisors put through to silence any criticism of Israel and Jews. And then anyone who has the nerve to stick up for the innocent women and children in Gaza.
Sir, you met your 3 minutes. I'm going to cut off public comment. I think some of your comments are taken. I appreciate you joining us for the meeting today.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, thanks a lot. Yep.
Do we have any additional public comment? Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off the prior two speakers. We do have a badly corrupted election system, and it's much bigger than your jurisdiction, because when you're dealing with campaign finance and you're dealing with money, we're supposed to be dealing with like individuals who are giving their own money, and they should be transparent about it. But we're not dealing with that because we all pay our taxes to an organization which is over every city, which is the Federal Reserve, and they can print out as much money as they want, and they give it to their nonprofits, which the prior John Lowe just mentioned one of theirs, which is the ADL. And you've got the Moose, the Elks, the Masons. So you got all of these in all of these cities, and they basically run the political machinery. And none of us could figure out where this money is coming from, who's in these groups. And this is who runs not just Sonoma, but every large city and virtually every city in America. And of course, you can't say this stuff on Facebook and Twitter and social media because you get banned. And then, as John mentioned before, you're censored. You're ruthlessly censored as you're like racist, anti-Semitic, white supremacist, Nazi, and all this stuff if you say this stuff and who's responsible for it. So there needs to be accountability. These nonprofits should be stopped from running wild, and there needs to be an understanding of the average person of what's going on. We also have to come to understand that our media, that includes the Press Democrat, your San Francisco Chronicle, your Sacramento Bee, your radio stations, everything on your television, it's all controlled. It's controlled by the same people. We need to follow the money, because we talk about campaign, transparency and following the money in campaigns and who's giving what. Well, we all know Vanguard and BlackRock, whose CEO is Larry Fink, they own every big corporation on earth. And so this idea that we're going to track this money when some people have the ability to print out unlimited funds and control everything, the U.S. military, the police, the unions, the schools, the colleges, and no, this isn't a conspiracy theorist. This is absolutely true. And if you haven't read Preacher from Jekyll Island, it's time to start. You'll find out about the Federal Reserve, how we didn't pay an income tax before 1913. So there's a lot more to say on this topic, but our time is extremely limited. But my website is masanonews.com. I have 200 books on that website, and you will not find those books within a 200-mile radius of you in any library. So there's going to have to be research done by people. You can't go home and sit in front of the television and go on social media. No, you have to actually work to find the truth. That's all.
Well, thank you for your public comment. And just for any additional commenters, just keep in mind, we have a limited jurisdiction. We don't have jurisdiction over the media or the Federal Reserve or a lot of the different topics that have come up in the past two public comment. I try to be as, liberal as possible in terms of allowing public commenters to have their time to speak, but I want to be mindful of our time as well as your time. So just keep in mind that the complaints that you're bringing up don't seem to fall within our jurisdiction. Go ahead. Do we have any additional public comment? No, we don't. Okay. So no AB 1170 public comment, which is a surprise, but maybe we'll have some later on. So why don't we move on to item number 2? And that's going to be approval of our October 2024 minutes. Commissioners, any suggested edits or changes to those minutes?
I will have to abstain since I wasn't here at that meeting.
Okay. Okay, so then I will go ahead and I'll do well, first let's see if we have any public comment on those meeting minutes. See none in the room. Sounds like we don't have any online. So I'm going to move to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Excellent. Ms. Postel?
Aye.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Commissioner Wilson? Oh, sorry.
Abstain.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye. Okay, we just got that one through. Okay, so now we have our consent calendar. This is a big consent calendar. We have items 3 through 16. So why don't we identify the items, if any, that we want to take off the calendar? And then we'll take up the consent calendar, take any public comment on that, and then we'll move on to those items. Commissioner Ortiz.
Number 7.
Okay, number 7. I am going to go, well, why don't we go in order here? Commissioner Baker?
Member 5 and 6, please.
Okay, so we have 5 through 7. I am planning to pull item number 12. Commissioner Wilson?
I don't want to be left behind here. I'm going to pull item number 9.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
Item 3.
Item 3. Okay. Perfect. So let's see if I can get this right. So we're going to go and consider the consent calendar now for approval. And that is going to be items 4, 8, 10, and 11, as well as items 13 and 14. I believe 15 and 16 are those pre-notice? No, okay, so we're gonna go ahead, let me correct the record. It's gonna be 4, 8, 10, 11, and then 13 through 16.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. Item 4, I meant to,
Okay.
just to make it fun. Thank you.
Perfect. Let's try it one more time. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna do item 8, 10 through 11, and 13 through 16 as part of our consent calendar. Do we have any public comment on those consent calendar items?
Motion to approve all the items that the chair mentioned.
Just want to confirm, no public comment for the consent calendar items. So that's going to be items 8, 10, and 11, and then 13 through 16. No. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Ortiz.
Again, motion to approve all the items that the chair mentioned.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Apostle?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Excellent. Okay, well then let's start at the top. Let's start with item number 3. We're going to be welcoming up to the table here our manager of the Education External Affairs Unit in the Legal Division, Chloe Hackard. Good morning, Ms. Hackard.
Good morning.
I know this was on the consent calendar, so I'm not sure if you have anything prepared to discuss, but maybe you just want to give us a brief overview of what we're looking at here?
Sure. We'll start with item number 3. That is the Form 700 for 2024 and 2025. So the FPPC is required to prescribe forms and for statements required by the Act. So this is the annual Form 700 that will go into effect January 1st. for the calendar year for 2025, but we say by 2024, 2025. And with it is updates from recent legislation, including AB 1170, as well as the revised gift limit and other kind of non-substantive changes, and adding additions or helpful information about where to file and how to file. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thank you. I know this is quite the undertaking. So here we have the Form 700, we have the amendment page, we have FAQs, pamphlets. So you have to run through all the new advice that's come out in this area, the new law, and make sure it's consistent with that. So thank you to you and your staff for your hard work in putting this all together. I know Commissioner Wood had a question.
Yeah, I did. So, hi.
Hi.
We got a comment from Sylvia Lopez of the city of Rohnert Park talking about this being really difficult for them because they're currently in a contract with one of the e-disclosure groups. I wondered if that was actually a criticism of 1170 as opposed to the Form 700 amendments, but I wasn't sure. And so I thought it would just be really helpful to kind of brainstorm for her where she might find a remedy.
Certainly, yes. So
Chloe, why don't,
okay.
this isn't Chloe's deal.
Right, sorry, okay.
Done it. Yeah, we had an IP meeting about the implementation of AB 1170 last week. Got a lot of really good public comment. We have staff here that are working on it. We're working with the public on these issues. So if they missed that meeting, I encouraged everyone to continue to submit their public comment. So this is being worked on. It's just being worked on at the staff level. So did I address your question or?
You did. I hope she's watching and understands that she should follow up with staff and go to the next IP meeting, which IP stands for interested persons, I think.
Yes,
so
correct.
For the public, we've said IP a couple times in here, but we haven't said what it means. So there we go.
But yeah, it is being addressed. It doesn't have to do with this. All we've done with this is make sure that this matches the statute that's been passed.
Great, thank you.
And I'll just add one more thing in case other city clerks or county clerks are listening. We have posted our December trainings on the website, and we'll be doing filing officer trainings next month. Again, we're trying to time it between the holidays, and so there'll be updates regarding the implementation of AB 1170 and to give guide and help them with this transition and understand and give guidance out to filers. And a big kudos to our SCI unit as well that's been sending a lot of notices out and being really helpful to the clerks through the filing officials in the system.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yes. Thank you for the update. I want to commend you and the entire FPPC staff on the work you've been doing. Council Bainbridge mentioned some training that was done. There's some excellent videos that are posted on the website. Is this one that potentially could be on the website if it was recorded at all?
I believe we have a training on our website of how to complete the Form 700 on our system for those who don't currently use it. The majority of people who are now being required to file electronically on our system already do. So this is only adding some people, but there are resources for the system, and I think everyone here files on it. It's pretty intuitive for how to complete the Form 700 on the electronic system.
It's pretty cut and dry, and if anyone has questions, it's my understanding that the technical assistance that you can get by calling in to the FPPC is very extensive. So thank you.
And just one additional item to note here. I think we started the practice of providing the how-to video in the new filer emails that we're sending to filers, which I believe is going out today. So when someone is signing up for this, our platform to file electronically for the first time, they're going to get the notice laying out what the requirement is, and we're going to send them a link to this video laying out how they can sign up, how they can access all their filings. And I think that's going to be particularly helpful. And Chloe can expand upon that.
There's also a video for filing officials too on how to go into the system, pull reports, view who's filed. So that has also been transmitted out to the clerks so that they can see how to use the back end of the system to be aware of all their filers that are using our system.
Yeah, my goal as chair with this transition going on is that all the filing officials and filers are really annoyed at how many resources that we're sending their way, right? I want to make sure they're very aware of this transition. They know where they can go to get their questions answered, and that those resources are easily accessible and comprehensive. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is probably outside the scope of what we're talking about on this agenda item, so we may not want to go into it, but I'm just curious as to whether in these IP meetings, other city officials have raised this concern that they're stuck in these multi-year contracts with other e-filing providers, and if the FPPC is doing much about it. But again, like, if we need to table this, then we can. Since that's the concern she raised, I didn't want her to feel like we then started talking about education for how to do this thing as opposed to, what to do about her concern.
That wasn't an issue that was brought up at the interested persons meeting last week. I would say the people, so this new law applies to the 87-200 filers. I think most, if not all, of the agencies that have a filing system also have their code filers that file in that system as well. So they would still need the systems. They just wouldn't necessarily need it for the filers that will be filing directly on our system. But no, that was not a question. That was not an issue that had been brought up last week.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm pretty ignorant in this area, so I just want to make sure it was all aired. Thank you. Oh, and then I'd be ready to vote whenever anybody is.
Excellent. Commissioner Baker?
I'm just going to add, I know that Commissioner Wood is not ignorant in any area. That's been demonstrated well. So the multi-year contracts that the local folks are in is going to be part of continuing staff discussion to help them troubleshoot that or take that into consideration. Is that just the bottom line with what the public comment was? From Roanoke Park?
That really has nothing to do with
Okay.
with our implementation. They have these contracts with the vendor that created the system, and like I said, they typically use that system for their code filers as well, which this wouldn't impact.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any microphone on, and we'll see if we have any public comment. Any public comment on this item? No. Okay. Do I have a motion?
Sure, I'll move to
Okay.
yeah,
Second?
approve.
Second. Everybody looking at me.
Ms. Apostle?
Wolves are on.
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, let's move on to item number 4. Luckily, we already have Ms. Hackert up here. She's going to be presenting on this, and this is the adoption of proposed Form 463, Report of Security Expenses.
Good morning again. So up for you today is a new form up for adoption. This is resulting from urgency legislation that was passed this year by the governor, AB 2041, which authorizes a candidate or elected officer to use campaign funds to pay or reimburse the state for the reasonable cost of installing and monitoring a home or office electronic security system. Again, there's a lot more that goes into that within immediate family and who can be qualified for, but basically now they would be required to file a report with the commission that documents under penalty of perjury the threat or potential threat that necessitated the expenditure of campaign funds for security purposes. Candidates and elected officers would use the new Form 463 to report these security expenses based on this legislation. And so that's what we have drafted for you today for adoption. I'm happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Baker?
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I pulled this item for a couple of questions and one suggestion about the form I'd like to run by and get your response to. The first, the questions part is, if I remember correctly, if the threat goes away, either perhaps staff was provided with a security system and that person has moved on and is no longer in the position and somehow the threat isn't applicable to them, they have to return the security system or the fair market value, I don't remember the actual bill, but we sure did debate it quite a long time, to the campaign committee. Will it be in any way reported on this form or just on the 460?
I believe that will be just on the Form 460.
Okay.
This is the report. This is just a document to verify the threat, and we also have on there a table that helps monitor the lifetime expenses because there's a limit of $10,000.
Yes.
So it helps them keep track of that for the lifetime limit. But you're correct. The bill requires the return of the security system or other item that paid for it And I'm just continuing to read the legislation. And they would report the expenditure of that on the candidate or elected officer's campaign statement as specified.
All right, got it. So it's definitely still going to get disclosed because it's a transaction with the campaign. It just won't be, that's not what this is intended for. And that kind of raised in my mind, what would you anticipate would be the type of amendments that this would be used for? Is it like if the security company's rates increase and they have to spend more money? So in addition to reporting that on the 460, they may have to come back and do that. Just because there's an amendment provision on here, I'm trying to understand what you're anticipating as potential amendment areas.
We usually just always have an amendment box on every form in case there is something that needs to change or they put something down wrong. They get a date wrong, they get an amount, they can go back and change that and easily clarify what it is. With this, I really don't know what we'll anticipate to see, but I would be happy to kind of keep track of what we get. And if we do get amendments, hopefully people won't have to use this bill too much to report.
Exactly, that's the hope, right? Yeah, definitely.
But we'll see what's to kind of, again, this is new, so we'll just kind of see how things go. But usually it's kind of more clerical errors that we commonly see for these types of amendments.
Got it. So what I'm thinking is maybe amendments is anticipated to what was disclosed on this form in the snapshot in time, and other changes to the expenditures are on the 460. Okay. That leads into my next question is anticipated education for this, because this will be new. You know, folks, candidates and people in office are probably used to 460s. They know when they have to file those. This is a new one, and there may be these types of questions about, okay, so the cost has changed. It wasn't wrong the first time I filed this. Do I have to go back and amend that document as well? What are your anticipated education efforts that you see coming down the road?
We're working on right now, we do an annual kind of new law fact sheet. And so that will have this in here to kind of explain this legislation and that they'll be required to file this form. Additionally, we'll have it on the website on what's new, and then probably also put it in our education newsletter that's going out and in our trainings for candidates and treasurers really specifically. That's probably who is going to be most targeted on that. So we'll be putting it out there as much as we can through our various vessels, but definitely highlighting it on the website, and also with our educational newsletter and webinars coming up.
Thank you. Because it's such a new form, I would imagine. That amendments one is going to be the one where they have to do. I also always have to go back and change it on this form. It sounds like we're anticipating no, but I'm sure if those questions come up from other people, it'll be in the trainings. So my final sort of the substantive suggestion I'd like to run by you is under description of potential threat or threat, check this box if you're attaching evidence such as a copy of the police report in lieu of providing a description. And when I saw that, I wondered if that could, again, we're hoping this will not be a big workload because people won't have this problem. But if by just saying, oh, you can attach things in lieu of a description, it puts on our team more effort to try to sift through police reports and whatever's attached to kind of understand what was the issue. Instead of putting it on the filer, give us a summary. If you'd like to attach things, it's not in lieu of that, but give us a summary and give it to the public so they kind of can quickly see, okay, this is what they said was going on. Any thoughts on whether in lieu of is necessary as opposed to it's optional to attach the forms? I'd rather put the work on the filer instead of our team and I'd like it to be easier for the public to determine what the threat was in the person's own words. Those are my thoughts. I see Mr. Bainbridge has got his finger near the microphone.
I turned it green, turned the light green on the microphone. Just on your prior point, there is a requirement currently in law that if you spend money for a security system, you do provide us notice of that. In the 6 years I've been general counsel, we've gotten 3 of those. So it's not going to be a huge workload, even though I think we will see some uptick given that this statute has broadened the way money can be used for security purposes. And in terms of your second question, I don't have too much concern because we don't necessarily do a review of what's submitted. It is more as a record keeping. So we have a record that this security expenditure has taken place. So I don't foresee our staff going through and reading the police reports. So it's really just a documentary thing. If we find that this becomes burdensome and we do have to go through a lot of these, we can change what is in this form, and maybe we'll need to pass a regulation. But at this point, I don't foresee it being a staffing issue.
I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear it. And again, we hope this remains minor, even though we're expanding who's covered. it's an additional component is that this is going to be posted, I'm assuming, on our website for the public to see. And what makes it more accessible to the public to understand what an expense was. If I were doing it, I probably wouldn't say in lieu of. It's just if you'd like to, you can do that, but please give a summary of what the problem is. That would be what I do. I don't feel strongly about it. I just am making that suggestion. Thank you.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Thank you. Following Commissioner Baker's questions, is the threat and the filing subjective or objective? I mean, I'm an elected official. Do I get a phone call, somebody threaten me, which doesn't rise to a level of, threat? Who makes that decision? Who evaluates whether that threat rises to the level of requiring the system?
I believe in the bill, it's pretty broad as to what the threat may be, but again, this is a form that requires now candidates and elected officers to declare what that threat is and check that under penalty of perjury. And that's what this form is for. So I believe with the threat, let me look at them. If they've received threats to physical safety that have been verified by law enforcement, let's see here. Okay.
So there is a requirement, the verification from law enforcement?
It says here, the act authorizes a candidate or elected officer to use campaign funds to pay or reimburse the state for the cost of installing and monitoring a home or office electronic security system if specified conditions are met. These conditions include that the candidate, and this bill eliminates those conditions, and so it broadens what the threat is. So that's why they have to declare it under penalty of perjury under the form. I think it would maybe come to enforcement.
Yeah, I'm not trying to diminish the importance because there are many elected officials who are really threatened, but I'm just trying to figure out the levels of threat.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to distinguish from what the rule was before in terms of what evidence you had to provide of a threat, right, and what you have to now. So before, it was my impression that we had to, I should say, an official had to provide some sort of law enforcement police report. Is that still the burden that they have to satisfy?
Lindsay, she's standing up.
We have our legislative director coming up here, Lindsay Nakano. Good morning. About 3 hours too early, sorry.
Yes, your recollection is correct. Under prior law, they had to provide verification from law enforcement through a police report. Yes, and now it is expanded. They no longer need verification from law enforcement. They need a threat or potential threat, and that is under their own discretion.
Okay, so if we were to adjust the wording of this form, are we still able to approve that change of wording at this meeting, so long as we all agree with it and move forward? Okay, so what my concern is highlighted by Commissioner Baker. Staff could end up getting a Form 463 with 50 emails attached to it. And I don't think it's an appropriate use of our time to have staff running through that whole stack of emails for you to come up with a description of what the threat is based on that. I think that's difficult. I think it's burdensome, and I don't think that was the intent of this bill. Right, so what I would suggest is what Commissioner Baker suggested, which is to require that a description be provided. You know, the individual can provide the evidence if they wish to, but they still have the burden themselves to summarize what the threat is so the public can understand it without having to read through 50 emails, which might have confidential information in it. I just think it's fraught with potential issues.
Ma'am, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you. And I think my emphasis is given how little the staff may have to do that, is it is on the public and putting the person's own description. If I get more specific and just remove in lieu of providing a description. Check the box if you're going to attach evidence, such as a copy of a police report, period. I move that that be the change to the form and it otherwise be adopted as it is.
Just to clarify
Would you
before
read
the
it again?
Commissioner Wilson?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Hacker.
So can I clarify with you, Ms.
Oh, please,
Mr. Baker?
of course.
So would you, for under Part 3, check this box if attaching evidence of the threat to this form and then striking all the rest of the language?
Oh, no, I do include such as a copy of the police report and then period.
Okay.
instead of having it in lieu of providing a description. And you know, my emphasis is kind of just, I'd like to see the person who's asking who's filing this, put it in their own words what the issue is. And so.
I think that makes sense. Would you mind making a motion, then we'll take public comment?
Did make the motion.
Hold on.
Yeah, please.
Can I add, we'll have to make, if this passes with these changes, we're going to have to make conforming changes to the description page, the instruction page. I don't think we need to nail down exactly what that language is, but just in passing this, let's do it with the understanding that we're also going to have to modify the language in the instruction page similarly.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson?
I would support, the motion, but could we have a friendly amendment that would allow the executive director and the chair to make any technical changes consistent with the motion? So we don't have to come back next month to get a semicolon approved to add to the changes.
I would support or accept that friendly amendment. Thank you.
Excellent.
Hopefully we don't have to vote on that. Okay.
So, motion to approve, I'm going to motion to approve those specified changes. Do I have a second?
Second.
I can't, because I think I made the motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have any public comment? Okay. Please take the roll.
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, let's move on to item number 5. So we're going to invite our ethics chief up here, Mr. Lindsay. Good morning, Mr. Lindsay. Commissioner Baker pulled this item, so I'll give the floor to you, Commissioner Baker, to ask what questions that you had concerning this stipulation.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I do have some. We don't see behest payments come forward too often. We have had a couple in the last year or so. They've been mentioned here. And I do have questions, some detailed questions about the stipulation that'll, hopefully get me to yes. So I appreciate your time on it. The first question has to do with the maximum possible penalty that could be here. It's, if I'm understanding correctly, well, I'm having a little difficulty knowing what it is because how many sub-vendor payments were not made isn't detailed. Or again, my rudimentary reading might have missed that. The behest payments were outlined, but not the sub-vendor. So it's the amount of sub-vendor payments that was missing. But was that like 10 times? Was it one time? It's in the plural. So are you able to elucidate on that? Because that would tell me a little bit of if every violation were included, what the real maximum is, and then that helps me put in perspective what is being suggested here.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how many different sub-vendor payments there were. There were definitely multiple. There were several sub-vendor individuals that were not disclosed on the timely, but were disclosed by the time of the election.
Okay. This is my feedback and why it really caused me pause. One of the things that caused me pause about this particular stipulated agreement is that would normally be something that I would detail. If it's 10 times over the course of this, I think it does say what the time frame is. So I think that's important. It tells potentially the number of violations as well as any pattern or practice.
The vast majority of the payments should have been on one pre-election statement. It was a very limited time frame, and it was amended prior to on the date of the election. Normally, we would charge these not based upon individual instances, but based upon the statement. The statement that they're on, and that's how we came to the conclusion that we did, along with the comparable case.
Commissioner
for
Baker,
sub-vendor payments.
One quick request of the chief. I know sub-vendor reporting requirements are kind of an obscure aspect of the act. I think if you haven't run for office, you're probably not aware of them. Maybe for the public's sake, you could briefly summarize what that requirement is and then what the public harm is associated with non-disclosure, late disclosure of sub-vendor payments.
Yeah, sub-vendor payments are kind of described in the stipulation on page 3, the duty to disclose some vendor payments. Essentially, if a payment is made to a sub-vendor that's more than $500, that individual needs to have their full name, their street address, the amount of each expenditure, and a brief description of the consideration for which the expenditure was made. And there were errors on that initially that were then corrected.
Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
I'm having problems with the button today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just thank you. For the additional color on that, that's probably so a filer can't shield how the money's being spent by giving it to maybe a general contractor, and all the subcontractors don't get disclosed. So you somehow can get around more detailed reporting. I think that's the part that's good about sub-vendor too. So I would just say in the future, I would like to have seen that detailed information, because it does just give us a sense of the full facts happening in a case. There is a statement made that and this is a good thing, the disclosure was made and it was done before enforcement reached out to the respondent. And, there's a lot of media coverage that happens, and I don't know if you know this, of course it's not in the Four Corners, if it was before the media coverage happened. I know that we don't consider that a factor, but if we're going to use it as a mitigation that somebody didn't wait for enforcement to contact them, I just add that maybe some other factors caused them to act. They became aware of it that way. I don't know that should be a factor, but I want to just point that out. There's a lot of media coverage with respect to behest payments with senior officials in the government. Okay. With respect to the behest payments, on page 10, there's a discussion of what behest payment lack of reporting is not counted. And around line 23, it said the enforcement division is not charging for payments at or under $25,000 because the public harm is lower given the low payment amount. That's the first time I've seen that. And I just in the interest of making sure this could potentially just be arbitrary, can you explain more what precedent there is for that? Because I haven't seen that before.
Yes, I can. The comparable cases tried to arrive at a commensurate penalty, aggregate penalty that was in relation to the number of late payments or reports and the amount of the aggregate amount of money that was on those reports. That we had generally arrived at a 1.5% figure and a $1,500 per account without specific aggravating factors.
In the comparables, you're saying?
Yeah, in the comparables. Here, that methodology couldn't really be utilized because of the unusual factors here. Mainly that there was one behested payment at issue that was over $12 million, and it was much higher than the others. So we had to look at a different methodology. But unstated in the Holden matter was that we largely arrived at a figure that was also above $25,000. In that case, there were 94 late reports at issue. We charged 16 of them for a total of $24,000, you'll recall. And so ultimately how we arrived at that figure was to equate as closely as we could the 1.5% figure that we had done in Dodd, but it ultimately did also equate to a number that was over $25,000 per payment that was late significantly versus one that was late by a few weeks or days even. And so we had to back into a different methodology here, which is what we did in the present matter, because if you use the 1.5% methodology, that would lead to roughly a $200,000 penalty in this case, which isn't even available to us. There were only 18 late reports multiplied by $5,000. You could only come to a $90,000 maximum penalty anyway. So we had to look a little more deeply into what we had done in the previous cases, and that's what we did here. And ultimately, the number of charges per late reports is actually higher in this case than it was in either Holden or Dodd. In those cases, we hovered around 20% of the number of counts versus the number of late reports. And in this particular instance, we're actually at over 40%.
It really popped up. Thank you for explaining the rationale. I understand there is a rationale. It is a rational one. It's not one that I would adopt, or at least with the language here that this is given the low payment amount. A violation is a violation, and the lack of reporting could be around a significant event happening or proceeding or something that brings more of a sense of public harm to it, and just being that it's $5,000 isn't enough to me to say it's not egregious. So that's my first sort of concern I had about that general provision. The other was my memory of how I felt that the comparables here, and I know there may not be a lot to choose from, are very distinguishable in some cases. In the Holden matter, which I did go back and rewatch our discussion of it, one of the factors that I personally, for this commissioner, felt led to a lower, $1,500 amount for each count, and the way the counts were consolidated, is that Assemblymember Holden wasn't necessarily responsible for the behesting that happened. Some of the charges in that matter happened under his time as chair, as I recall, but we weren't, I went back and looked, I'm not sure we had either the right information about the law or what happened in that case. He became chair and saw that things that should have been reported needed to be reported, fixed it, and basically took a lot of those on the chin. And so for me as a commissioner, that's what I remember as part of the discussion leading up to the adoption of that. That's very distinguishable from the facts here, or at least distinguishable. And so it made it a limited comparable on which to base the math. That plus the $25,000 and the public harm is low if it's only $5,000 amount. Just I was unsettled about that and how those counts were put. Do you have any response to that before I move on? I want to give you a chance.
Yeah, one of the responses I would have is that there's an unstated comparable as well, which is the Ramsey case, which also had features of scenarios where there was some private benefit, and those did not equate anywhere near to $5,000 per violation. We've arrived at a figure of $1,500 based upon that previous comp and the ones that we reference in this stipulation to arrive at a $1,500 figure generally is one where there isn't any sort of self-dealing, those kinds of issues, and there isn't in this particular case.
Mm-hmm. That's helpful. Thank you. I know it's an unstated comparable, but I appreciate knowing that. In addition, well, I guess for me, it was just I am grappling with if I'm comfortable with drawing that line, using the Holden $1,500 amount, because I do believe behest payments are very important to report, especially at the most senior level of government, and I wouldn't necessarily consider what's egregious, make a judgment that that's not egregious here if they haven't been filed. So I know that's terminology that was used here.
I think that we also look at the fact that there were a huge number of behested payments attributable to this particular respondent that were done timely and properly. I mean, it's a very low percentage of failure here, if you will. And I think that that's a major factor for us in our analysis as well.
I agree. That's weighing in my mind as something that I may be able to get there with. Also, when I went back and looked at, Dodd, for example, I feel like and certainly in the Holden matter, the stipulations include the recipients of it, not just the payors, but the payees. That is not here. Can you address why? I think that is, I realize the forms are filed now, so folks can go dig those up, but I think it's beneficial for the full package of what's being settled to include that. Can you address that, please?
I agree with you 100%. That the payee was not obviously included separately in the column in Holden because it was apparent from the stipulation that all the payee was always the same. And that led to probably an error in judgment in terms of putting the payee on there. I will tell you, though, that the payee was reviewed it was reviewed within the investigation and negotiation and the stipulation writing, and we did not come to any conclusion at all that any of the payees in this particular instance were created any sort of concern in terms of self-dealing and things of that nature.
So, of course, it was after most of these behest payments that we adopted the new rules that are subject of another agenda item 21 on disclosing proceedings, family members or staff, and other influence. So I appreciate that wasn't considered a violation. I mean, my feedback, and if I can, at least for this commissioner, is that should be included in these, consistent with the prior ones.
And it will be.
Thank you. And that the public can find that information, I guess, by going to the individual reports if they're curious about it. I also note that the Dodd comparable was not persuasive to me because, if I remember correctly, that was a clerical error. His reporting, at least it was described in the stipulation as a clerical error, and I remember asking about it at the hearing, and it was that, maybe staff missed a deadline, something like that. I don't know if we have more to say here about what happened, but there wasn't. Those two stipulations that set the amounts that guide you are just difficult to see as comparables for me.
Well, I think I'm not as familiar with that depth on Dodd, but I am familiar because I was significantly involved in the Holden stipulation. There were issues in that case where there were significant delays, even after Assemblymember Holden was alerted to the fact that there was a problem before. There was another large group of payments that came very much late as well. And so those factors were taken into account then, and they're taken into account now. So I don't consider there to be delays here that are aggravating at all compared to what happened in Holden.
Almost done. I appreciate the indulgence of my colleagues. My final is I do understand that with the sub-vendor payments that the disclosure happened, it was on the day of the election instead of pre-election filings, which it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just doesn't have that transparency component. So I felt the stipulation took a little too far, how probative that was. It's worth noting that the filing was made. I think that's very important. I'm sure there were a huge volume, especially during COVID, of behest payments happening, but those are the concerns I have about the stipulation, and particularly with the 25% or $25,000 and relying on the Dodd and Holden to set a fairly low amount for the violations. And so I may be able to support it. I don't know if you want to address that last point, but
The sub-vendor
yes,
issue?
yeah.
Yeah, I think the mitigating factors here for that compared to the comparable in Jones that's stated on page 9, it's a very low percentage compared to Jones in terms of the amount of late reported sub-vendor payments. And again, it was also reported, although one can have a difference of opinion on how valuable it is to do something on the date of election.
Yeah.
But Jones was after the election. Yeah. And so that was a $4,000 payment. We made a judgment call that the appropriate mitigation there led to a roughly $2,500 payment.
Understood. Just to summarize, I think the $1,500 amount for the charges that are the counts that are there is too low, based on how the comparables are used, and that the number of counts that were set aside because of that $25,000 threshold, I think more can appropriately be included, and that you will include payees in the future, so there's a little bit easier transparency in the stipulations, I think is helpful. Thank you. I appreciate you answering all those questions.
You're welcome. Thank you for the questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. I have a couple thoughts on this. Before I really delve into the stipulation, I just want to emphasize that I'm supportive of it. I think that, the Enforcement Division spent a lot of resources on this case. They did a good job investigating it, taking a look at all these payments, reviewing the audit to identify the sub-vendor issue. Clearly, the respondent feels like this is a adequate resolution. I don't feel like at this point it's necessary for the commission to get in the middle of that negotiation. I think there are certain circumstances where I want to or I would recommend providing recommendations in terms of greater or lesser fines, but this is not one of those. But I think it'd be helpful to the public to better understand how I arrived at that, since Commissioner Baker made some excellent points in terms of comps, right? And so comparable cases are one of the 8 factors, as you know, that we consider. There are other factors that we look at, right? And I think sometimes we put a little bit too much weight on comparable cases. And for me, what I'm looking at is public harm. But before we touch on that, one comparable case that I want to expand upon a little bit more that you mentioned is Ramsey. So in Ramsey, I don't recall exactly how much we fined that individual. Was it $2,500, $3,500? It certainly was more than the $1,500 here.
It was more, but it was not significantly more in my recollection. But that was well before I was here, and if anybody knows that information, I'd be happy.
Yeah, and
for some help.
the facts that you alluded to, as a private benefit to the respondent in that case, it was actually quite egregious, right, and worthy of walking through the situation there. So in that situation, I believe you had a school board member who had solicited donations from vendors with that school board, vendors of that school board, to provide donations to a foundation that subsequently provided a scholarship to that official's daughter, right? And I think that's exactly the type of activity that we're trying to get at when we're looking at mainline stipulations for behested payments. We're looking for that sort of public harm where we have personal benefit, personal gain, where we have potentially relationships between the recipients and the public officials, right? Perhaps there's a proceeding before that public official relating to the source that could lead to the appearance or an actual quid pro quo. That's what I see as the greatest public harm, right? And I think for that reason, we were justified in bringing that stiff stip for Mr. Ramsey, which at the time was rare. We rarely brought behested payment cases back then. We've done more now. Haven't done that many, and that's why, I sympathize with you in having difficulty finding comps for these cases, right? I think what's important to note here versus Ramsey is that what you're saying is there were not any relationships or any items of note related to the payees that were here. And like Commissioner Baker pointed out, I would expect that we include the payees in future steps because that's critical in being able to evaluate public harm. So we don't have that sort of aggregating factor. There's no indication this is any sort of personal benefit. So for behested payments, as I understand it, the reason why they are disclosed is because they're considered a payment to influence that could impact a governmental decision or could result in public benefit to the public official, right? That's not otherwise going to be disclosed if we didn't have behested payment reporting. So while, I obviously encourage and believe that timely reporting is critical, right? And there is public harm related to any non-timely reporting. I think where you have late reporting, where the official has shown a pattern of attempting to comply with these rules in good faith, that the public harm is not significant, right? And I'm fine with this settlement based on that. I think one other thing we want to note here is that the governor's office solicited advice from the FPPC on donor advised fund disclosure, which subsequently led to us, as I understand it, adopting regulations to expand the disclosure of sponsoring organizations and other information related to DAFs. So I think that's another indication of their good faith effort to not just comply with the rule of the law, but with the spirit of the law, in that they want to make sure the public is receiving the disclosure that they would expect, even if it's not necessarily required or we're not directing them to do so. So with that, any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Baker?
I want to thank the chair for raising excellent points, and I think I agree with many of them. And I agree with the good faith effort as demonstrated by the behavior with other behest payments. I, just for full disclosure to my colleagues, I looked at this carefully. I'm not comfortable having in a stipulation a precedent of not charging payments made at or under $25,000, for example, because I just know in the future, these comparables come back to us, 3 or 4 or 5 years from now, or with so few behest payments that we have. So I appreciate the chair's good points. I know we're not getting into a debate here. And the respondents' record of complying in so many instances and reaching an agreement here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from commissioners? So I'm going to go ahead and move to approve this item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Apostol, oh, before we do that, public comment on this item?
We do not.
Do not?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Ms. Apostol?
Okay. Commissioner Baker?
No.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, so let's move on to item number 6, and that's going to be in the matter of Steve Grasha for Mission Springs Water District 2018, Steve Grasha for Desert Water Agency 2020, and Steve Grasha himself individually. Again, we have Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you. I'll generally defer to questions. I will just say initially that this is a matter that, maybe this is one of the reasons why it was pulled. This was a matter that went all the way to default. And at the very end of the process, we were finally able to have engagement with the respondent. And the stipulation is the product of that negotiation and that procedural history. With that, I'll take any questions that you have.
Commissioner Baker, you pulled this item, so I'll let you start off.
I did, but I also saw Commissioner Wood, Commissioner Wilson, but,
That's a conflict, probably, Commissioner.
sorry about that.
Okay.
All the W's, I just try.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yes, I do see that, and I know we've had some discussion. We've had more default actions this year, and I think what we're seeing is they are yielding some results, which is what we want. I want to thank the team for sticking with this because, that takes just, as we've talked about, especially when we get told how long cases take, the respondents can cause us, your team, to take a tremendous amount of time and effort, and I think that needs to be highlighted. I was a little indulgent here by pulling it for that point. I did want to say this is very aggravating. And I would have been happy to see this even higher because a lack of cooperation and basically obstruction. If I remember correctly, this is the one where he hung up on the phone. And I don't believe we should reject this. I don't intend to. I'll support it. I just wanted to give the feedback. You would have had much more leeway from this commission to push for even higher. And that conduct is basically unacceptable. I know I sound like a scolding mother, but that's what we absolutely want to be almost the harshest on and find totally unacceptable. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your comments, especially the hard work that our investigator and attorneys had in this matter. One of the things that we have to do in enforcement is we have to try to dispassionately ultimately come to the correct resolution in this case. And it was definitely, there were definitely aggravating personal issues that are in the stipulation. But we do believe that this is a good result. It's better as a stipulated a matter than going through the default. And it was, I'm happy ultimately with where we landed here.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yes, my question, Mr. Lindsay, is more technical, but 5- and 6-figure fines tend to get one's attention. In this particular case, and I know it can vary, is the fine paid by Mr. Grashaw, if that's the correct pronunciation, or is it paid by campaign committee?
I don't know 100%, but if I'm gonna, I believe that it was paid mostly by Mr. Grasha, only because you can see from the stipulation that most of the 24-hour reports that were not done, for instance, were based upon his own contributions to the committee.
Okay.
If that's helpful to you.
No, okay. But under normal circumstances, assuming the campaign committee still has funds available, can the campaign committee pay this fine as opposed to the individual?
Yes.
Or is that discretionary, or is it based on, any stipulation, in the findings of the FPPC?
I think all of the violations in this particular matter could be paid through the committee.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other commissioner comment? Public comment? No? We have a motion?
Go for it.
Just for the record, Commissioner Ortiz, I'm looking at Commissioner
Okay. Move to approve.
Second. Ms. Apostol?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great. Now we're going to move on to item number 7 in the matter of Armando Jamarillo. Again, Mr. Lindsay. Okay. Mr. Bainbridge, quick question. So we already approved item number 4. We have someone who wants to make comment on it. Is that appropriate?
If at the time they weren't requesting public comment, we don't have to let them make comment because the matter's been resolved. I would advise we just let them make their comment though.
Okay. Good morning. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Eric Frazier in Sonoma County. I appreciate the discretion to make my comment about agenda item number 4. On this call today, you have a number of government watchdogs. And one of the issues about that particular form and process is that it's quite frequent where you'll have somebody under investigation or you'll have a harsh critic, and they'll claim that they are being threatened. There's no proof of it, but they'll claim it. And it seemed like the standard you had before that required a police report would protect innocent people from being improperly diminished or slandered or libeled in the public just by being a concerned citizen. And this has happened quite frequently in our work. I know there's somebody else on this call that has been on the receiving end of that type of treatment. So the issue here is that the form and the attestation require somebody to swear under penalty of perjury, but it's unclear whether the prosecution of that falls under the auspices of FPPC or would require a civil lawsuit from those that are harmed by this, by false accusations of threatening a campaign official. So that was my comment. It seems like the direction you should head is if a campaign feels like they need to invest in the security system, that it shouldn't come with what really appears to be a way to set up and attack critics and investigators that have done no wrong. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further comment from commissioners? Okay, excellent. Why don't we move back to item number 7? My apologies. I forget who pulled this one. I don't know if it was. Okay, so let's start with Commissioner Baker, and then we're going to go with Commissioner Ortiz.
I did not pull it.
I put it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Now my turn.
Yeah. So responding if
Thank
you're
you.
watching at home. It was Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you. Let me start by saying that rules or laws dealing with conflict of interest are very important, and filing of SEIs, in furtherance of that. And I also reading the stuff that the conflict of interest rules have to be interpreted broadly, according to that. But I am troubled by the following statement, and I need to understand it. It says that he or she, whoever violated the conflict, should have known that he or she was violating the conflict of interest. In this case, for example, and in the other case, Armstrong, I think the Anderson, he didn't have a designated position. He didn't have the training. He didn't have all the stuff that will give you knowledge of the potential conflict of interest if you're going to vote for something that gives you a financial benefit. How do you deal with that? I mean, this Mr. Jaramillo didn't know. I mean, he did some fishy stuff about not disclosing, but was that in furtherance of the conflict or just trying to get a business? How do you deal with he or she should have known without the training, without the information that he should have he should abstain?
Yes, thank you for that. I do think that Mr. Jaramillo, the fact that he was not an SCI filer, did not have training, I think that those are somewhat mitigating factors. But I think the quality of the action here is such that I think anybody would know. And I think that there are facts that indicate that he knew that it was improper for him to be a county employee and also try to gain contracts that would have the agency paying for. There's some evidence in here that indicates that he didn't disclose the information, that he just kind of surreptitiously stated that we found a local company, things of that nature. I think that we just felt like the overall fact pattern was that he clearly knew, as I believe most people would know, even without training, that if you're an employee of a public entity, you can't engage in contracts with your employer. And there was no evidence that really indicated that he was very openly disclosing this and someone else was the individual that said, okay, it's not a problem. We think that there was enough evidence to go forward here. And so we did.
So that's the broadly interpretation.
Yeah, and I think that it would be a hard sell for anyone in Mr. Jaramillo's shoes to say that I didn't know that this was improper.
Okay, thank you. I still kind of wondering about that statement of no one should have known when Joe Blow or whatever, how does he or she know? I mean, until I was in a designated position or elected official, I didn't know. And should have been a reason for me to know. See, that's the stuff that troubles me.
Yeah, I think that there's a gradation, if you will, of actions that I think that argument would be more persuasive on than the facts here, which are that he's running a private business, trying to get business for his private benefit with his public employer and not disclosing what exactly is happening. I think that those were sufficient for us to move forward.
Thank you.
Though I do appreciate your comments.
So a couple of quick questions for you, Mr. Lindsay. So in terms of training, and this might get deferred over to Mr. Bainbridge or Ms. Hackert, locals, they're required to take, certain officials are required to take AB 1, 2, 3, 4 training that we referred to it as, that would cover conflicts of interest. Is it all public officials who have to take that training, or just officials that are covered in a conflict of interest code for an agency and then 87-200 filers?
Yeah, I'll defer that.
Yeah, I figured. I don't blame you.
It's the local officials that are identified by the agency as being required to take the training. I was just looking up the language. I anticipate these questions. And it's not necessarily tied to being designated as a code filer. My guess is that most agencies use the rule for both, whether if you're a code filer, you also take this training. But it could be, they could separately require people to take the training that may not be designated in the code. So it depends on the county whether someone in this position would have taken the training. My guess is if he wasn't designated in the code, he probably wasn't given the training, but I can't say that for certain based on the way the law is written.
Okay, and because that distinction may be made, I think there might be some reasonable confusion that public official for purposes of conflicts of interest under 87-100, for example, so not 1090 like we're talking about here, but 87-100, that a employee might be confused as to whether that would apply to them. Maybe in the 1090 context as well, if they're not receiving that training. they could maybe think, like Commissioner Ortiz was alluding to, that, that sort of behavior is unethical, but not necessarily illegal. So I think that's something that we want to potentially address in terms of training. I think we want to make sure that it's clear to staff, even who are not Form 700 filers, that the conflict of interest rules apply to them in the 87-100 context, right? And then in the training, if we don't already, discuss 1090 and who that applies to. 'Cause that's obviously a lot more nuanced than 87-100.
Yeah, and not to change the focus of the discussion here, but this is similar to the last item. It's another item that we went through the process of probable cause, no response, accusation, no response, pre-notice, and then finally, when we get through almost to the default proceedings, we start having a furious discussion with, feverish discussion, maybe I should say, with the individual. And this is where we are.
And don't worry, I'm on the same page with you. I think this is an egregious set of facts. I'm just talking about more generally making sure that public officials are on notice that even if they're not a Form 700 filer, that they could be subject or are subject to the conflict of interest rules under 87-100, et cetera, we just talked about.
Yeah.
I think one other thing we want to talk about here is we have a discussion of 1090, but we have no discussion of 87-100. I think we just, I'd be interested to hear from other commissioners how they feel about addressing that sort of dynamic, right? We have two distinct conflict of interest codes that apply to a lot of public officials, like we talked about. Do we want to direct Enforcement Division to pursue both of those types of violations in more significant cases? And this is more of a general conversation, right? But I'm interested to hear what other commissioners think about that. Commissioner Wilson.
The buttons are kind of hard today to push, but I wanted to comment kind of and ask Mr. Lindsay kind of a question in terms of this particular case involving Mr. Jaramillo. If he had responded more expeditiously, let's say, could the fine have been less, or just the facts of the case as outlined, in the summary of this particular case, it would have still probably been the same fine or something comparable?
Well, I think that's a multifaceted question. I think that still would have been charged. So to Commissioner Ortiz's question, I don't think that if he had cooperated very, very quickly, I don't think that that would have led to a significantly different result. If there had been cooperation right away, accountability taken, things of that nature, might we have reduced it from 3 counts to 2 or something like that? That maybe could have happened. We do consider cooperation as an important factor, and that cooperation wasn't present in this particular case. It was, for instance, much more so in the case that you referenced, the Anderson case not that long ago. And I can't say that there was that changed very much because he cooperated more quickly than Mr. Jaramillo, but it's something we would look at. It always is.
And I'm going to limit. I know I have to limit my comments to the 4 corners, of the information that was provided to us. But there have been other cases that I find, just from reading the facts, that are egregious, but then the fine is significantly lower. So one of those items I'll raise when we get to that particular item. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Baker, I think we need some WD-40.
We need something with these buttons today. Thank you for asking the question, Mr. Chair. That was one of the reasons I was going to ask my 2 questions, and that was why not 87-100 and 1090? I probably could have asked that about the prior one. I realized 1090, if I remember correctly, is more contract related. Obviously, this is a contract or an agreement. So may not be a surprise to you that I do think this could have gone higher because 87-100 may have applied here. I appreciate that we've gotten to this resolution. I'm sorry that they dragged it on through a default process. Can you address more directly why 87-100, that's the other one, isn't mentioned here at all? And this may go with, my second question was, why are there not 6 counts? Because if I did my math correctly, you could have charged 6 counts, and the stipulation is silent as to that.
You're right, we could have charged 6 counts, and in the default papers, there were 6 counts. In the negotiation process and looking at the entirety of the scenario, which has mitigating factors and has some aggravating factors as well, we negotiated and are recommending that we engage in a stipulation that is slightly less or half of what is potentially maximum due to the various factors and the positivity of engaging in settlement matters instead of going through defaults, which drag things out significantly, leads to oftentimes no payment or lessened payment, and just is more easily challenged down the road. So that's the reason why we arrived at the ultimate 3 counts. With respect to the 87-100 potential, we haven't, to my knowledge, ever charged separately 1090 and 87-100 for the same activity. We have mentioned it and said that they were violations, as we did in Anderson, but we did not charge them separately. So in this instance, the difference, I would say, for 87-100 and why we may have made the decision long ago to not pursue through probable cause the 87-100 violations is that due to the fact that Mr. Jaramillo was not a filer and not making decisions on behalf of the agency, as Mr. Anderson was, that we chose not to incorporate that into the matter since 1090 was already implicated. Now, I think one could probably argue that there was participation here. I'm not saying that 87-100 wasn't implicated, but it wasn't implicated in the same way that many other instances are, and specifically the Anderson matter.
So I guess, if I may, just to follow up with that, Mr. Chair, is it a policy? I realize you haven't done it before, but I want to see how far that goes. Does that mean the enforcement team probably wouldn't do it in the future, have both 1090 and 87-100? Or is it basically a practice? Because if that's the case, that may go to the chair's question is why and should it be, which I won't attempt to answer, and maybe that's subject of another conversation. Is it a policy?
I would say, based upon our course of dealing in history, it has become a policy, yes, that we would not separately charge $5,000 for the same activity. And it's not just in this area, but in others as well. Of course, we're interested in the commission's feelings about whether or not that should be done in specific facts. I won't say that we would never do it just because we haven't done it before. I think it really just depends on how significant the issues are. But there are mitigating issues here specifically that Commissioner Ortiz, for instance, has brought up. That's not the type of scenario that I would envision taking a particular contract and then charging it twice under 2 different
Understood.
years.
And just on the original point about 6 counts versus otherwise, it's a consistent question I and other commissioners often ask and look for in these stipulations is what are you not charging and what's the rationale why? Because we go back and we rely on those things. And I would, just encourage whenever possible to provide that either in the report that's given or the stipulation itself if it isn't negotiated in there. Thank you. I appreciate this is coming forward and being resolved.
Thank you.
And I support the stipulation. I think it's a good result, given that we just had this on pre-notice last month. I think it demonstrates the success of that pre-notice program. If this person just would have had their default approved at this meeting at, I forget what the amount was, but let's say double of what it is, ultimately we might not be able to collect that money from them. And here we're getting a check for the amount and having this resolved here. So I think that's a good resolution. I think we've run through the mitigating circumstances, aggravating circumstances. I think this is a resolution that I support. I would think in the future, as far as I'm concerned, I think that we want to leave on the table the potential for bringing counts for both 1090 and 87-100 violations. Conflicts of interest, in my opinion, are one of the most serious violations of the Act. And I would expect that if someone engaged in a particularly egregious conflict, that we would go after them for both of those violations.
Yes, that's noted, and we will analyze that afresh as cases come in.
Excellent. Okay. Any comments from commissioners? Any public comment on this item? I'm going to move to approve item number 7. Have a second?
I can second.
Great. Ms. Apostol?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. So, Ms. Apostol, if you could remind me, so we did not pull 8? So the next is 9. Okay, so item number 9, and who pulled this? Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Wilson, go ahead.
Just get my nails done or something. Anyway, I pulled item number 9. I think the analysis was excellent and very, very clear. But I think the fine is just too low. I mean, it was a conflict of interest violation, and it involved an elected official who was not newly elected, but had extensive experience as an elected official and had prior knowledge that there could be potential conflict. Now, it seems that it might have been done due to a misunderstanding or, technical error, reported technical error, that it was inadvertent. But if you could speak to why this fine is only $3,000, it is a conflict of interest. It involves an elected official, as opposed to fines that are higher.
And also, if you could just give us a brief summary of the relevant facts, so we can consider that as well as you're going through your analysis. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, Ms. Hopkins here, she was an elected official, is still, I think, on the Board of Supervisors. She disclosed that her husband was a source of income through land paths. She put that on all of her SEIs. She sought advice prior to the conflict at issue here and received advice not to engage in matters related to land paths. What happened here, allegedly, is that this was on a consent item with a bunch of other items. When she looked at the consent item initially and approved it, land paths was not listed in any way, shape, or form on that item. Her statement was that it was then put into, land paths was then put into the consent item. She did not realize what had happened, voted to approve, like everybody else did on that consent item, to approve the item. Of course, people can say what they're going to say, but I actually, am of the mindset that someone that would go to the trouble of disclosing it properly, seeking advice, and then engaging in the conflict, it seemed to me that her story held water, that it was a consent item, that it was more inadvertent or negligent, but not purposeful in any way, shape, or form on this particular conflict. We do reserve, even though conflicts of interest are extremely serious, and we tend to have pretty high fines for those. Only the most egregious ones are $5,000 or something really close to that. We have had 2 other instances, I believe, recently where we have recommended and have had $3,000 fines approved. And our feeling was that this case was much more similar to those than the more really significant matters, such as the one we just talked about with contracting and somebody knowing exactly what was going on and just not obeying the law.
Okay, thank you for your analysis and description.
Thank you.
I still think the fine is too low, but that's just my opinion.
Commissioner Baker?
Thank you. On the page 4, lines 11 and 12, it says that land pass was specifically listed to receive $20,000 on the consent item. On page 7 at the bottom, where the stipulation recommends a lesser penalty than in the Dallas comparable, at line 27, it says Hopkins contends initially land pass was not included on the agenda but was later added. Do you know if that was in the same meeting?
No, my understanding is that the approval occurred before the meeting, and then when the meeting occurred, that land paths was on the agenda, but it was not, she did not conceptualize that.
Okay, and that it was specific, the stipulation does say it was specifically listed. Okay, thank you.
It was definitely specifically listed on the final agenda item that was approved. There's no doubt about that. Her story is that it wasn't listed when she went through the items in preparation for the meeting, and therefore was not careful enough to look at the item again.
Okay.
But there was no intent.
Thank you.
Do we know if the county council or their deputy notified the respondent that this interest was on the forms, was on the agenda, was on this consent calendar item?
My understanding is that she was not specifically informed of that.
Okay. In my experience, typically where you have a identified conflict, you're going to have your county council run through the agenda at every meeting and identify conflicts related to the economic interest you've disclosed. I think that's another thing to consider here. With that said, I share the sentiment of my fellow commissioners. There's a clear conflict of interest, and it seems like a relatively low fine. With that said, I think the maximum you can find here is 5,000, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So if we were to increase the fine by 1,000 or 2,000 more dollars, I'm not sure if the benefit, and this is my personal opinion, if the benefit of that in terms of deterrence perhaps outweighs the administrative cost on the enforcement division going back to this individual and having to renegotiate this settlement. I think that, I really want to make clear to the enforcement division moving forward that conflicts of interest are one of the more serious violations of the act, and that as chair, I would expect the the penalties in those cases to reflect that sentiment. With that said, I'm more than open to hearing what Commissioner Wilson wants to propose on this.
If I may, I do think that it's important for the commission to hear this, which is that even though this is a 2022 case, it relates to activity that occurred in 2019. If this stipulation were to be rejected, there would be significant procedural issues here. We would be going afresh with a very limited amount of time, if any. I mean, it's December 17th was when this occurred in 2019. This is a very quick statute. So I would recommend that you, say what you feel, but I would be cautioned against rejecting anything.
Well, I'll yield when I get to the four-way stop. Thank you. But I appreciate everything that you just laid out, and I definitely respect that. But I do have one technical question. This item was on the consent calendar. It was passed on the consent calendar. How long after the item was passed, and you may not know this, so this may be too much in the weeds. How long after the action was taken by the Board of Supervisors did Ms. Hopkins find out that this item had been voted on and that she was part of that vote?
I don't know the answer to that specific question. I do know that there was a significant delay in receiving from this vote and receiving this complaint. Whether or not she was aware at all between that 2 to 3 year interim time frame, I don't know the answer to that question.
Because if it was right after, let's say a week after, there always is the option of putting in another motion or rescinding the action that was previously taken. But okay, you've answered my question. I appreciate it too.
Welcome. Thank you.
Another question in terms of the facts. I don't know if we're going to be able to touch on this, but is there any indication that this was a $20,000 grant? Is that correct?
Yeah, $20,000.
That this $20,000 grant was at all earmarked or resulted in a public benefit to the county supervisor or her spouse? Because it
No.
doesn't look like, so I'm reading this step right now. It sounds like her spouse was a community care manager. I don't know what that equates to in terms of hierarchy at the land paths, but I would say that I'd have certainly more concern with this stip if her husband was the CEO of land paths, right? And it would be considered in how much compensation that he would receive.
Yeah, I'm not locating it right now, but there are some facts in the stipulation that I've read that indicated that Mr. Hopkins was not involved in this, was not benefited specifically, and then derivatively, there was no impact on, income or anything like that for the public official.
Okay, that's helpful. Commissioner Baker?
I always appreciate the order in which you go, but I did see that Commissioner Wilson I'm sorry, did it again. Commissioner Wood, I'm looking right at her, had raised her hand first, so I'll defer.
I don't know if I've got all my particles together to think about this, but I worry that we've got some kind of bad incentives happening here. So one is push us all the way to the end of the statute and use time in your favor when you're negotiating, right? Because it's like, well, take it or leave it because we're about to run up against the statute. So that's part of what I'm concerned about. And then the other thing is, and we've done this before, I mean, I've been on the commission now for 4 years, and I've seen it happen before where we're talking about approving a stip, which will be used as a comparable, but we're giving a counter instruction, which is like, go hard at conflicts of interest, even though this one we're about to prove we're not actually going all that hard at. And so I just want to highlight that those two things are happening. I don't really know what to do about it in this context, but I don't think we should be doing that.
I think you make a great point, and I think my response, and I'm interested to hear what the other commissioners have to say about this, is while conflicts of interest are a particularly egregious violation of the act, I would still believe that there are less egregious versions of that violation, right? Where you're not seeing personal benefit. This organization wasn't owned by Ms. Hopkins or her spouse, like we saw in the previous step, right? Doesn't sound like it's going to go to his salary. So I feel fine identifying for staff that conflict of interest is a significant area of the law I want us to focus on, because I haven't made that clear to them before, while still approving a stip that's at the lower end because there's significant mitigating circumstances. I tend to agree with you on the timing piece. I think there's definitely ways that we can avoid this in the future. But here, even if we didn't have to deal with that timing piece, we're still going to have an enforcement counsel reach out to this person's counsel, write up a new stip, all for what I suspect would be an increase in perhaps 1,000. I don't think I'd want to go to 5,000 or 4,500 on this, just because I want us to be able to delineate between a more serious violation like we saw in Yamarillo than we saw here. But that's just one person's opinion.
These aren't even new mics, are they? We're just all struggling with them today. Sorry, I was interrupted.
No, I just wanted to reiterate, we really aren't treading new ground necessarily here. We've had conflicts of interest that were actually in some ways more obvious, but there were specific mitigating factors that we utilized to come to the conclusion that they weren't, the most egregious violations needing a $5,000 penalty. The farmer matter comes to mind, for instance, from several months ago, where he voted on a matter that specifically related to a property that he owned, but he was a fairly new official. There were things that were going on there that led us to the conclusion that even though the act was pretty, most people, it was squarely a conflict of interest, but there were factors there that led us to believe that you have to have some differentiation between the most egregious violations unless we're just going to decide that this particular violation is going to be a max penalty every single time. And if that's what the decision, the recommendation is, then obviously we'll listen to that. But we try to look at things from the most egregious thing, which is a maximum or something close to that, to something that might have some mitigating factors. And in this instance, we felt that there were some mitigating factors. There was, an attempt to learn whether there was a conflict. There was discussion, and it looked like this was somewhat of an accident. Ultimately, that she didn't discover that it was on there. So that's the reason why we landed where we did.
And for better or worse, I think one thing to note is, and this surprised me personally, we include conflicts of interest in Streamline. So I saw a tier one,
Yeah.
So only recusal is included in Streamline
Right.
Failure to recuse yourself from a conflict?
properly.
Okay, so technically still a violation of the conflict of interest provisions.
Sure.
Right, so
They
particularly.
recused from the vote, but they didn't necessarily leave the room at the right time or follow the exact procedure. So we thought that should be streamlined.
Okay,
Since that was more procedural, and they're not actually committing a conflict because they're not voting.
okay, that makes sense.
And
And I was just bringing that up to kind of express the spectrum here. But it sounded like, Ms. West, you had a.
Yeah, I
comment.
just wanted to address Commissioner Wood's concern. So, Bagley-Keene ties your hands, basically. You can't have off-the-record conversations with James where three of you get together and tell him what to do outside of these meetings. So what the procedure that we've come up with the commission over the years is, in order for enforcement to function, they have to get their cases approved. And unless it's a serious thing like you want 6 more counts, then we always have encouraged the commission to say, okay, here's your direction for the future. But you have a lot of power in that. You can say, this can't be used as a comparable. So they have a comparable list that they use to pull for cases, and they can have this one marked as do not use. And the instruction from the commission going forward is this is not appropriate. And so when James is presented with a case from staff, he's going to look at the comparables and say, okay, the commission already said this isn't enough and we can't use this, or we would use it in showing that this was considered not enough, therefore we're supporting this higher fine in this case. So the direction from the commission, especially when 3 of you all agree, is really what the enforcement division is looking for. So they're trying to get this public display because they can actually play this and point to it and say, hey, respondent, the commission said, I can't offer you $1,500 or I can't offer you $3,000 for something similar. So these are the best discussions, and especially if 3 of you agree on that direction. So that's really what we're looking for in these meetings is, yes, we need to get cases closed, and if it's a huge difference, then enforcement can definitely go back with direction. But generally what they need is they need you to be very assertive and say, conflict of interest cases are very egregious, and unless there's a lot of mitigation, we don't really want to see beneath 3,500 or something specific. And then they can go back to respondents and say, this is a no-go. I can't get this approved. And so this is the great part of having public conversations, but also the hard part of having public conversations. So, I mean, it's encouraging that each of you are giving that direction to enforcement now. But James does have that ability to then say, I'm sorry, Chief Lindsay, to then say that, this is not a comp that we can use going forward.
That's helpful. Commissioner Baker?
I appreciate Commissioner Wood's great points on this. And there is a tension sometimes, including with our drive for clearing out older cases, keeping us on an aggressive time frame. But this is how I look at it. the stipulations need to match what we believe are right and just in that particular case, whether it's up against a statute of limitations or not. And as I expressed in the earlier matter, where I may have agreed with so much more in the resolution, there was just something in the stipulation I could not vote for and have as an adoption. I'd feel this, if any commissioner feels that way about a stipulation, we should, act on it. I also think, and this is a little bit of pushback for you on 2 points. One is that, if we don't adopt this, we're up against a stip, we could end up starting from scratch, probable cause hearing, a lot of staff time. That will always be the case when we say we're not going to adopt a stipulation. The counter is that on the other side, the party doesn't want to spend time doing that either. They may have to have a lawyer for it, or their time and attentions. They may be just as interested in, okay, fine, I'll reach a resolution with you, let's move on. Or that the alternative is, if we give you certain guidance that it's basically, we always have to charge the max, and that's where we're left. I don't think that's quite what you said. You had similar language. I don't think that's one of the alternatives. I'm comfortable with saying in conflict of interest cases, this commissioner doesn't want to see below 3,500 because they are such an egregious case. I don't know if there's 3 people who agree with that, but whether it's 5,000 or 3,500 is where you get the negotiating, but that's what you get to point to for folks because they are such an issue. And finally, I am very grateful to know about this do not use as a comparable list because I don't think I was aware of that. And there have been many times where we've sat on this and we've said, can we not have this as a comparable because we really don't like it, but we want to have a resolution? And I think that would be great for new commissioner orientation as well as a reminder. So, for my part, I would be fine sending this back and saying, I don't want to see anything less than 3,500. I'm going to wait and see what my colleagues think, but that's just how I wanted to weigh in. These are stipulations that we have to believe in independently, knowing that there are other factors at place.
Yes, I appreciate that. And the only comment I would make in response is that I do believe in the stipulation for what that's worth. And it's what we've done previously, not that long ago. If you look at the comparable that's here in the Dallas matter, that was a $4,000 penalty. That individual had a gift personally that he didn't disclose and voted on something anyway. That's a much more egregious fact pattern, in my opinion, than what we're dealing with right now. And so I think that this is a justifiable number based upon what we've done in the past and what we've done in the recent past, meaning just a few months ago.
I think Commissioner Baker makes excellent points on this. I think it would be helpful, as Ms. West laid out and Commissioner Baker laid out, to give the Enforcement Division a feel for where we're at in terms of the low end of the conflict of interest. Because it's worth saying, even the most innocent conflict of interest is still a very serious violation, right? So I would propose that we accept this amount. We indicate that it is not to be treated as a comp, and then we as a commission decide what we feel is the amount that we would like to see in the future. But I'm open to other proposals.
Yeah, I agree with the 3,500 that Commissioner Baker referenced. I was thinking of a higher number, but 3,500 is, I think, that's a good, yeah. No, I understand that. As a minimum, I'm still thinking of a slightly higher number, but 3,500, I think, is reasonable. And I totally agree that this should not be used as a comparable. I think, I appreciate all the hard work that the team did on this item, and I believe that you came to conclusions based on what you thought actually occurred. And if this had been a newly elected supervisor, I'd be more inclined to say, okay, that's an easy mistake. But when you've been on the Board of Supervisors for an extensive period of time, you have full-time staff, you have full-time counsel, you have city clerks, and then nobody came to you and said, oh, by the way, we updated the consent calendar to reflect a potential conflict of interest for you. There's some serious issues that are raised that go beyond, the individual who's referenced in this particular item. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wood?
So I'm such a pragmatist at the end of the day that I am down with the idea, wow, how formal, that I am in support of approving this, saying it's not a comparable, And then going forward, 3,500 would be the absolute minimum for a conflict. But that's because I'm so pragmatic. I could be convinced otherwise.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Baker?
While we're giving, feedback, it's Commissioner Wilson asked a good question about when did this respondent find out? Was it in within a few days or 3 years later? I think to the extent you can make that, or be prepared to answer that in the future when these things come up, and if it's appropriate to have it in the stipulation, that is a relevant fact to me. In this case, that would have made a bit of a difference for that. And I will say I'm good with the 3,500 as a minimum, but I'm also with as a minimum. Yeah, four, if our colleagues are happy to say 4, we don't want to see these come to us necessarily as 4 unless you come with some like a justification to the commission. That's part of your negotiating. I'm also completely fine with that because we are talking about conflict of interest. And I can support the chair's pragmatic solution going forward as well.
Commissioner Wilson, this 3,500, what are you comfortable with?
I agree on the 3,500, without question. And, leave it at that.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, then I'm gonna make a motion to approve, but first, before we make that motion, we're gonna go ahead and take public comment. Go ahead. We're gonna take the in-person public comment first.
Yes, first off, I'd like to say that I'm very pleased, and I guess pleased is probably the best description I can say, from the comment that all of you are making on this sort of a case. I think that you're looking at a lot of the appropriate things, but the main thing that I want to say is I was a councilman from 2008 to 2012 in the city of Dixon. My city attorney informed us that we couldn't make a decision on a storage firm increasing their prices because 3 of us had financial interest in it. My wife had rented a storage unit, minimal amount of money. And he was warning us that we could be fined, we could be excluded from ever holding public office again. I'm surprised that nobody has discussed 1090, 1097.1 on the financial conflict of interest when you knowingly do something, enter a contract, and then are never allowed to hold public office again. I think that's a very serious concern, far beyond what this is. This woman, as has been stated by you, is a longtime supervisor, has probably been in the business a long time, the political business that is. You have county council that should have informed her. I mean, we're looking at excuses why to leave this person off with a lighter fine. Frankly, I think $5,000 as a maximum is too low. I had a friend that was fined, not by this commission, but our earlier commission, $9,000 for contributing $1,000 and supposedly having that money bundled. And I'm surprised now all of a sudden that all these fines are significantly lower. I would think with inflation that fines would be higher instead of lower. I don't really care to endorse your head litigator's position on saying that you're going to have to start all over again. I think that's what you guys get paid for, to go after these things and take action on them. I think allowing this woman to get away with a $3,000 fine is not going to send a message. I do agree with you that having her husband in a position of not really receiving a direct financial benefit from this lump of money that's coming in without being able to prove it is an extenuating factor. So I really don't care where it goes, but I caution you that there are problems here that you're probably unaware of at this time in other cases. I'm surprised this case was started in 2022. We have an anonymous complaint in the city of Dixon about a councilman who's received a direct financial benefit and has still not come forward here. And I'm going to leave it at that. I think that you're on the right path discussing this stuff and coming to pragmatic solutions. But I've warned you that it's not sending a loud enough warning to these people that are involved in this. You're going to just repeat it again and claim that they didn't know anything about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Just a quick question, I guess, for Mr. Bainbridge. Do we have the authority to enforce the provision that the public commenter referred to in terms of prohibiting someone from running for future office for a violation of 1090?
There's no clear answer on that. I could bore you with some case law that is somewhat on point, but the short answer is there is no clear answer whether some of the other remedies contained in 1090 would also apply to us when we enforce it. My best guess is no, because there are specific remedies provided for the FPPC under 1090 that do not include some of these other remedies, such as voiding the contract or not being able to hold office again. But I don't think it's something, I wouldn't feel good going forward with us doing that without it being, I think it would probably be overturned by a court.
Okay, and I think it'd be helpful either in January or another meeting early next year to run through our remedies for violations of conflict of interest rules. Just we have the $5,000 fines, the other actions that we could take for people who violate 1090 and 87-100, as well as 84-308.
We can put that together.
Of course, Commissioner Baker.
Are there circumstances under which there are in other types of violations, like treble damages or double damages are allowed in the conflict of interest area? No. Director West is nodding her head no.
We're sharing a microphone. Mine's not working. Yes, it's 3 times the amount of the benefit in a civil suit. So that's what's allowed under the act. And in terms like this, you have to prove the benefit in order to come up with that number.
Like, is it a financial benefit that you have to prove?
It is.
I mean, I guess we don't know that this Land Paths had 2 employees and the husband was one of them.
Right.
I mean, we don't know how significant an impact. That's one of the things that's missing from the stipulation, that, $20,000 may have been a half of their budget for the year. Who knows? So there could or could not have been a benefit. That's helpful to know. There is the possibility of treble damages and conflict of interest, but we have to prove a financial benefit. Maybe there's more threshold. And you said civil matter. Does that mean we can't do it as an administrative matter?
Right. That's a civil filing.
And that's a filing that the Attorney General's office would have to do, or the
We
district
would
attorney?
do it. The process is enforcement would ask the commission for permission to file a civil suit.
Interesting. Well, good to know. Thank you.
That's helpful. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, well, of course, Commissioner Ortiz.
Thank you. As a fairly new board member, who establishes the fines, the legislature or us? Like the 5,000, I read someplace in all this thing that there was some bill that passed that put fines a certain amount.
Yeah, that's set by law.
Okay, so set by law. And is it set by law for specific violations or in general?
In general.
Okay, thank you.
Would you mind expanding on that, Ms. West? I know we already discussed in response to Commissioner Baker's inquiry on that. There are certain
Sure.
circumstances where
Yeah.
we can find.
So each bill, so like for instance, when the Disclose Act went into effect, they decided that they were going to put in treble damages for certain violations. Then later they made it to be only intentional violations under certain advertising disclosure rules. So with each legislative package that's passed, sometimes they put in a special, different type of penalty, but the $5,000 penalty is for everything that's not specifically granted something else.
That's helpful. Well, let's continue with public comment. We have another public commenter. I don't think we have anybody left in the room, so let's go to the call-ins. Good afternoon. We've hit the 12 o'clock mark. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, good. Hi there, John Lowe, calling from Sonoma County. I'd like to talk about this issue, and people have had some leeway to kind of go into a kind of expansive sort of wander to make their point. I'm hoping that you don't find a reason to cut me off too early here. even if you don't like what I'm saying. This all is relevant because in this county, one Board of Supervisor member after another has been caught up on some sort of ethics violation or lawsuits for racist policy. These things are going on in this county one after another, and this $3,000 fine doesn't seem like anything. That these people spend more than that on a meal with Governor Newsom at some fancy restaurant in Yountville. They don't care about $3,000. They're not going to pay it anyway. And you guys make excuses for the politician. That seems like all you're talking about. You can go on and on about why this is only should be $3,000 instead of $5,000. Both of those fines are so low; they're no deterrent at all, and it's even less of a deterrent when you hear you guys basically circling the wagons to protect this clear transgression that happened. The way it works is that these people vote on things for their friends and family and friends, and it's all a big circle and a cabal that runs this county. And that will come out if you guys look into it, but you don't, and you try to say, oh, hey, he didn't make any money from this and so on. Well, that's not exactly how it works. How it works is they take care of each other, and it continues that way. The developers that they appreciate, they get the projects flowed through the permit office. The ones that they don't, they get held back. They also control the money, and the private money circles are the ones who fund these candidates. This is a big circle and a cabal in this county. And if you focus on whether or not Hopkins' husband took all 20 grand to go to the casino with or not, is not really the point. And it seems like you're working for the wrong people here. If your job is to hold these people accountable, you should be looking at things more aggressively. And it seems to be that you circle the wagons just like our county does. Do we need the FBI to come into Sonoma County just like they went into Napa and start wiretapping these individuals on the boards and in administrative offices to get to the bottom of things? Because it seems like these fair political practices boards aren't competent or capable to do it. They don't seem to have the agenda to do it. And more like it's instead of holding these people accountable, it's more like listening to yourselves talk and go on and on about 3,000 or 5,000 and crack jokes and all this stuff. That's not helpful. We're in a big mess with the way politics works right now. And we need to fix this, and we're counting on your board. If you guys aren't going to do it, then who is going to do it? And then they just vote for each other, unanimous votes, 5-0 on everything. There's no wonder that Hopkins benefits from this. The next thing that benefits Gorin, she'll get it. The next one that benefits Gore, he'll get it. The one that benefits Drunk Rabbit, he'll get it. The one that benefits Little Chair Corsi, they'll all get the benefit because they know to vote for each other. It's always a 5-0 vote. You just have to follow the money and the influence here. We need the FBI in Sonoma County. We need the FBI in Sonoma County. They should come from Napa, come over to Sonoma, find out what happened with Dima, find out how close Hopkins is with Barbie Robinson and with Tina Rivera, and these people would grift $30 million and just funnel it to their friends. This housing crisis, they used it to steal money. And these people are as corrupt and as crooked as it gets, and we need help, and your body is not doing it. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good. I understand Ms. Hopkins says she was unaware that this item was on the agenda. I find it hard to believe a wife would not know that her husband was going to be granted a $20,000 grant. Even if that is true, if we give her the benefit of the doubt, that means there is bad communication in the marriage, which is another issue. It appears she got caught with her hand in the cookie jar and claimed ignorance when it was exposed. I agree with the speaker who said the fine was too low. She ought to be relieved of her duties at a minimum. Dishonesty in public service should not be tolerated. Secondly, this is related to the much bigger issue of the nonprofit organizations or non-governmental organizations, NGOs, which have a stranglehold over the politics of nearly every city in America. Combined with international fraternal organizations and college fraternities, we have swarms of invisible groups with very shady funding that are dominating our political life. Compounding the problem is that the people who should be blowing the whistle on this, which is the media, our newspapers, radio, and television, are all owned by the same people controlling the NGOs and college fraternities. Acknowledging a problem is halfway towards fixing it, so this needs to be exposed. Yes, Mrs. Hopkins has either wittingly or unwittingly done wrong. God and her conscience knows, but her wrong pales in comparison with those routinely engaged in by NGOs across America. from the ACLU, ADL, NAACP, Black Lives Matter, La Raza, to dozens, if not hundreds of more organizations, we have been infected by these NGOs, and getting rid of their pawns and influence will be no easy feat. In closing, this is not a new problem. 70 years ago, we had the Reese hearings in 1954, where it was disclosed that nonprofits were working to bring America into the orbit of the One World Order agenda. 7 decades later, and nonprofit termites are still hard at work in America, encouraged and backed by paid media mercenaries who viciously attack anyone exposing their NGO favorites. It's great we are having a public conversation about this, but until we have removed these shadowy NGOs, which are run at the highest levels by the group that hollers and shrieks you are an anti-Semite if you expose them, we have a major problem to fix. It's common sense if we have a private group of citizens who are anonymous, and until you do serious research to uncover their identities, which 90% of Americans don't have the time for, and can print out unlimited money out of thin air and charge Americans for it with the income tax, of course they'd control the media, corporations, nonprofits, and both political parties. And as long as we have Americans who are willing to sell their souls for money, this problem won't be fixed. Lastly, the Federal Reserve is the root of the problem, and it's owned by Talmudic Jews who steal from all of us with the income tax. You can do your own research on my website, misanonews.com. Thank you.
Thank you. And if future commenters can refrain from making any derogatory statements about any ethnic group, that would be helpful. It's just common decency. Going ahead to the next public comment, please. Go ahead.
Good morning, or good afternoon, commissioners. I am actually the sworn complainant in this matter. I reported Ms. Hopkins in 2022. She did not try to come forward until after my complaint had been submitted. I implore that the commission does not approve the stipulation decision and order as it stands. I am not sure why my written comment was intentionally omitted from the packet. It's not in there, and I did follow your protocols. So I would have appreciated if the commission had time to review that ahead of time. She claims that she had no knowledge of the conflict regarding land pass. However, in August 22nd, 2017, she approved a $398,000 amendment for land pass, and that was a single item. So she had a conflict there. On December 11th, 2018, she approved an amendment of $133,000 on a $1.2 million contract. So she's done this repeatedly. I understand that that's outside of your enforcement window. However, I am also a former government employee who actually put agendas together. And so I'm very well aware of the Brown Act. I understand, protocols for publishing agendas. These are typically red lines, and that's actually required if amendments are made for public transparency. There were no amendments to this agenda at any point in time. I've actually already requested those records. County Counsel, as you referenced, Ms. Alegria de la Cruz was County Counsel at the time. She and Ms. Hopkins are involved in several nefarious matters. There's actually an open investigation with you guys regarding Raíces Collective in which they had collaborated. And so County Counsel actually defends the supervisors. I'm not sure what their inner workings look like completely, but she is a Stanford graduate. This is a conflict of interest. It's very clear. So, if it was one occasion like this, then that would be one thing. But how many times did this happen? And I would implore you to look outside the enforcement window of the 5-year timeline and see that this is not blissful ignorance. This is intentional. And so whether her husband benefited or directly, there is absolutely no detailed information in the current stipulation as it stands. So again, because my written comments were intentionally omitted from the packet, it looks like the FPPC is working in alignment with Ms. Hopkins to protect the criminals. I mean, even earlier with Governor Newsom, you guys are Governor Newsom's appointees. So how can I say that there's no conflicts present as a taxpayer? So thank you for taking my feedback into consideration.
Thank you. And I'm unaware of the written comment, but we should certainly investigate it. And now, given the back and forth, and Mr. Lindsay, please kind of let us know how this could impact resolution of this case. I'm almost inclined to push this to next month's agenda so that we can see what that is, what that public comment is. I don't know if that's.
I defer to the chair.
Mr. Lindsay, if we were to do that so that we could consider the complainant's full fact pattern, full comment that they wanted to provide us, how would that impact this case? I know there's some statute of limitations concerns.
Yes, the decision item at issue occurred on December 17th, 2019. The 5-year period would run December 17, 2024. We haven't engaged in probable cause on this particular matter. What would have to happen would be we would have to get through a probable cause report as quickly as possible. We'd have to have it personally served. It would have, in order to preserve the statute. I think probably a better option would be to try to make sure that we didn't receive that item, or if we did, that the commissioners would look at that if you think that that's important. I think it would be best to resolve the matter today if that is the will of the majority of the commission.
Okay, well, for better or worse, this is going to be a pretty long meeting. So one thing that I'm thinking about, I'm interested to hear what Commissioner Baker has to say as well, is perhaps what we do is we push the decision on this item to the end of the meeting, give this individual, the complainant, the opportunity to provide us with that written comment so we can consider it and then make a decision at that point. While the earlier public commenters, I don't really believe are on point in terms of anything related within our jurisdiction. I don't even want to give the public the appearance that we are intentionally concealing any information. So I want to go above and beyond in terms of collecting the relevant information as to this matter before we go ahead and take action. So Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. I was just going to, you beat me to it, to suggest that rather than move this to another meeting, over the course of the time that we are in session, maybe during the lunch hour, if we can determine from staff if a public comment was submitted but somehow slipped through, or if it's going to be submitted, I don't mind doing that. The only other alternative is if you reach an agreement for tolling for 2 months with the respondent. I don't know if that's possible, so that we can make sure, I would think they would like to have the interests fully heard and there not be a shadow potentially, not that there necessarily would be one, over any kind of stipulation that they're part of, rather than it just be no tolling agreement. I'm just less familiar with how those happen. This isn't the situation that has been complained about at the FPPC where nothing happens for a while and then on the eve of a tolling agreement, on the eve of a statute, we hit respondents. This is a very different circumstance. That's my recommendation, those two alternatives. Thanks.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I agree with everything that the chair and vice chair said, but I think it's important to respond to a comment made by the last presenter. I've been on the commission since 2019, and I can say that the team, the staff, all the legal counsel are always forthcoming with information, and if anything was omitted, it was not part of some conspiracy. It wasn't any intent. So I want that to be on the record, because while the last presenter, I think she was representing her views, I've found since I've been on the commission that the team and all the staff are forthcoming and always transparent. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I will also state I've never seen this public comment. Certainly wasn't sent to me.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Thank you. So are we debating, and one of the reasons for postponing or tolling the statute of limitation, whatever, is the amount of the fine, correct? That's what we're concerned about?
I think there's several concerns that have been raised
Okay.
by commissioners. I don't, at least the motion that's on the table that we took public comment for was to not adjust the fine, but to set a floor for how
Okay.
much enforcement division should be bringing fines for counts related to conflicts moving forward. So I
Okay,
guess what we would be doing is we would delay that decision to consider the public comment that was presented by this individual to see if there's any indication that there was personal benefit
okay.
that we weren't
And then-
told.
And then if we read this comment or letter and we think that what she described was outrageous, do we stick to the 3,000, or what is it that we're trying to figure out?
Sure. So let's say that a written comment includes evidence that there was intentionality here, right? And there was a personal benefit to the public official, right? In that case, we absolutely could go back and decide whether we want to raise the fine and then take the same sort of action as the setting of floor.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Thank you.
Now seems like a good time for me to give this warning. We've heard a lot of discussion today about what she might have known. There may be additional facts that were provided by commenters, speculation about those sort of things. The commission can't take that into consideration in adopting this stipulation. You have to consider what is in the stipulation. This is what's being proposed by the two parties. So when you make your decision on whether to approve this or not, it should be based on what is in this document. And I've told you all this many times. Dotson's probably heard it 100, but I just wanted to remind you of that when considering this matter.
Thank you.
Well, that's helpful. Okay, then I don't know if I have to make an official motion to push this to later in the meeting. I think we could just, I don't see any objections. So why don't we move this to the end of the agenda? And then I would think at this point, it's 12:30. I think we should probably adjourn for lunch and then come back in 45 minutes.
I think there's still more public comment on this item, or that's up to the chair. I'm sorry,
Go ahead, more
I'm not
public
proposing
comment.
that we don't take it later, but yeah.
Mr. Bainbridge, could we take it later?
Yeah, we're going to open back up the items.
Go ahead and take the public comment now.
What are we voting on? We're not voting. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Eric Frazier again in Sonoma County. I am also a researcher up here, and I will say in my testimony that what I uncovered on this particular action is that she voted for something that originated in her office. These grants, called Tourism Impact Fund grants, come from the specific supervisor's offices and average around $1,500. So a grant of $20,000 is very unique, exceptional actually. I can't come across any information that shows a tourism impact grant of that high a number. As Ms. Flores also pointed out, that this is a continuating pattern with Supervisor Hopkins when it comes to land paths. The very short time period that you have to consider these items, I think, should be sort of held together so that you can see the entire fact pattern and what's going on here. This was a grant originated from her office. She knew it was on the agenda. These agendas are redlined if there's changes. $20,000 is an exceptionally large number for that program. And she has a pattern of voting on land pass grants that are now time barred from your consideration. I think that, and the other thing that really bothers me is when you come forward with a fine that seems to be below, that seems to be for some reason addressed down in value, what signal does that send to people that are contemplating civil action against this respondent? In other words, you're tainting the water, you're poisoning the water based on your dumbed down version of the facts that you're considering for the stipulation. So I personally have a lot of problems with this. As a researcher, this particular conflict of interest is something that shows a pattern and shows a lot of exceptionality to what you'd typically see for this type of grant program. I tell you, in Sonoma County, we're under attack by corruption in the political system. And so we're relying on you guys to help us, help the citizens and the voters to get rid of corruption in government. We're not looking for it. It presents itself. And so to understand the fact patterns that we encounter, we'd like to see that replicated through your eyes, or at least know why, for some reason, our facts speak differently than the facts that you assemble in a stipulation. I can understand that some things are time barred, but quite frankly, with this particular client, this land pass, and this particular supervisor, there's a history of her voting in favor of grants exceeding $1 million. So, look at, I don't know how this is going to go down, but I tell you, this is really aggravating to people that are trying to get rid of the corruption. Thank you for allowing my comment. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I would encourage you, just like any other public commenter who feels like they've observed violations of the state's conflict of interest rules, to file a complaint with the FPPC. Sounds like you were not the complainant, but I appreciate the prior commenter who did file a complaint and brought this to light. And you should do that as soon as possible, obviously, due to the statute of limitations rules that our hands are bound by. And another thing to note is that the county council, the AG's office, the AG at the federal level, these are all different law enforcement agencies that you can seek remedies with. And just keep in mind that, you know, the remedies that we've run through today, those are the remedies that we have the authority to enact. So moving forward through public comment, just a couple items there for you to consider. Do we have additional public comment? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Michael Hilber. I live in San Rosa, Sonoma County. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I see you received a written comment from me, and it's in the agenda packet. I would appreciate confirmation that you were able to read it, if you wouldn't mind. But do you see it there?
Yes, and I think it'd be helpful for the public who hasn't heard what you had to share with us, that they heard from you. So if you could go ahead and share that with us right now, that'd be helpful.
Okay. Well, I agree that the defined amount is too low. It doesn't really send a message. My perspective is that Sonoma County is deeply corrupt, and we have special interests, including nonprofits, who get behind political candidates. With the expectation of favors, you know, that could be the wine industry regulations or money to be channeled to them. With respect to nonprofits, there's massive amounts of public funds that are channeled to nonprofits, and you know, the nonprofits show political support. You know, when election time comes around, they're listed as supporters on campaign literature, and then we see the money handed out. And I think it should go without saying that, you know, large amounts of money go into the hands of a nonprofit, and if someone works there, you know, it's a benefit to them, whether it's exactly seen in their paycheck or not. It goes to the budget of the nonprofit. So I don't think that an advice letter should be necessary in a case like this. It's too straightforward and obvious. With respect to land pass, you know, it came to my attention that Linda Hopkins' husband worked for them. And I recall on a previous occasion that I saw it on the agenda and she was going to vote for it. She wasn't abstaining. And I got up during the meeting and spoke directly to the matter. I said, you know, given that immediate family members employed, there should be an abstention by the 5th District Supervisor. And she argued with me and declared it was not a conflict. And then, you know, there was some exchange of looks between her and the county council, as far as I remember. And then, you know, the end result was she said she would abstain on that particular occasion, even though she didn't need to. So it was something weird like that. So I just think that there's an attitude problem that could be corrected with a stiff fine. And I'd like to see that happen. So that's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. And I appreciate you taking the time to present public comment. Like I shared with our friend from Dixon earlier, I think in order for us to root out corruption in the state of California, it's critical that members of the public are watching their public officials and making sure they comply with the law. If you see something that you believe is a violation, I strongly encourage that you go ahead and file a complaint with us or another law enforcement agency. Do we have any other public comment on this item? Okay, then I'm going to move to adjourn for lunch. Recess? No, don't need a motion, so we're just gonna do it. Okay, great. We're back from recess. Just want to let everybody know that if you have public comment, I'm just giving you the heads up that we are back and open to accept that public comment. So we'll give a moment for additional public comment on the motion that was made previously. Do we have any? No. We are on item number 9, I believe. So it'd be item number 9. If you have any public comment, please speak now. Mr. Bainbridge. Galena or Ms. West was pointing at you.
Yeah, there had been some question about a missing written comment. It has been added to the agenda. We found it in a spam folder for a former employee. So that comment has been located. It is now, it has been posted to the agenda and has been provided to the commissioners.
Okay, and we've reviewed that public comment. Is there any additional public comment? Hearing and seeing none. Could you please take roll?
Can we just remind the motion?
Of course.
Don't mind, thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Bainbridge, can you read the motion, please?
I don't have.
I'd be happy to. So the motion was to approve the stipulation as is, however, to provide direction to the Enforcement Division on 2 points. One, that we would expect that future violations of the conflict of interest rules be set at a floor of $3,500, as well as flagging this specific resolution as a case that should not be used as a comp moving forward.
Do you want us to also not use previous cases that were under $3,500 as a non-comp?
I think you should take whatever steps are necessary to comply with the floor that we've laid out. So I would suspect rather than going through, all those cases, determining what should be comps, what shouldn't, just keep in mind that we're expecting to have violations charged at $3,500 or higher. Does that help? Is that clear?
I think so, yes.
Okay, excellent. So that is the motion. Can we take roll? So we already presented the motion, received a second, but I'm happy to, just for procedural, to avoid any sort of procedural issues, there's the motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Great. Ms. Apostle?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, so now we're going to be moving on to item 12. And that's going to be in the matter of AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Yes on 21, Renters and Homeowners United to Keep Families in Their Homes, sponsored by AIDS Healthcare Foundation and Beverly Grossman Palmer. I'd appreciate it, Mr. Lindsay, I'm the one who pulled this, if you could give us a brief background of what's at issue in this stip.
So we received a couple of different complaints in an AdWatch submission. As you can see, there are 4 cases here that relating to complaints in the 2020 general election. They're overlapping. They're not completely different in terms of their complaints, but ultimately there are 8 violations that are being charged in this matter relating to various reporting obligations. We have failure to timely disclose payments to influence, although the lobbyist employer reports were timely filed. There were other payments to influence that were not disclosed on those reports. There are failures to timely disclose major donor statements, failure to timely file 10-day and 24-hour reports, and that in multiple counts of 24-hour reports. Generally speaking, the amounts at issue were low in terms of their overall activity, which is something that we look at heavily, although the numbers are large because this is a very large committee with a lot of activity. The percentages of the activity that was not timely reported is low in these instances. They were also reported in front of the election in almost all instances. if not all instances, and they were, amendments were filed relatively quickly after enforcement contact once they were alerted to the complaint and the violations.
Thank you. So I reviewed this stipulation a few times as well as the public comment that came in. I have several concerns with the stip. I think it'd be helpful to run through some of those. I don't know if the public commenter who submitted the public comment is present to run through their concerns. Do you know if they're online, or doesn't appear they're here? Okay, so I think we should start by saying that when I look at a stipulation, one thing that I put a lot of weight towards is proactive disclosure versus disclosure that's made after the enforcement division reaches out, or after activities disclosed in the media, right? Complaint is filed. Here, it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, the lobbying activity that wasn't disclosed, that was only disclosed after the enforcement division reached out to respondent. Is that correct?
I think that's true. There wasn't a significant delay after enforcement reached out for the amendments to occur, but I do believe that enforcement reached out first.
So I think that's one thing for the commission to consider. The second thing here is, and I'm looking at the comp for the lobbying reporting. That's what I'm going to focus on primarily. So the comp was, the comparable case was, I believe, LA Metro.
Correct.
In that circumstance, you had a lobbyist employer like the respondent here who proactively disclosed their lobbying activity, which consisted of no grassroots lobbying or communications. Looks like membership dues and some other items that weren't communications, like what we saw here, advertising. Right? I see that as distinct what we're viewing here from what we're viewing here. Right? Here, we're seeing an organization that paid for advertisements to go out to the public to influence a specific piece of legislation. And it appears that at least some of these advertisements did not include disclaimers as to who is paying for these advertisements, right? So by failing to disclose those items in the lobbying report, you're depriving the public of any means of identifying who was behind this this campaign to undermine this piece of legislation, right? So that's particularly concerning to me, and I think that's something that we should consider whenever we're looking at lobbying non-disclosure. So I think it's also worth noting that this is the entirety of their activity, their OPTI, their other payments to influence for these quarters, right? And that's something that we look at in terms of Streamline, for example. So that's another factor that we look at. So I would say that I'm open to increasing the penalty, or at the very least rejecting the stip, so we can consider a stiffer fine here. But I'm interested to see what my fellow commissioners feel on this. I see other issues with other counts, including count number 4. I'm concerned that we're rolling together a reporting violation in terms of a major donor reporting statement, right, with 24-hour reporting, which I've never seen in a previous stip. I've only been here for 6 months, so it's possible that this is a practice of the commission. If you could speak to that, that would be helpful. Is there any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Baker? Commissioner Ortiz?
I have thank you. I have a question. When you are talking about considering raising the penalties, and we have the 5,000 limit, does that mean then we have to increase these counts to up to 5,000?
So I'll defer to legal counsel on that, to Mr. Bainbridge.
So, Galena West, Executive Director, it could be in a variety of ways. When you talk to Chief Lindsay about this, it would be either raising the penalties or you would leave it to the enforcement discretion on how they would raise it, whether they would add counts, things that have been combined, or if they would increase the penalties because of aggravating circumstances brought to their attention by the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. I agree with the observations the chair has made with respect to the lobbying component, the lobbying related counts. I recognize that this must have been a complex case, series of complex cases to investigate and get the information. I want to acknowledge that with the staff. My reservation, in addition to what the chairs pointed out, was on the 24-hour reports and the 10-day reports, that there's a lot, and it's over a period of time in an election cycle that's quite relevant. And those are important reports during that time frame. That the extent to which they were consolidated here is farther than I was comfortable with going, and I wanted to let you address that. I felt, especially when we see other stipulations in this agenda where there's less relative to the number of violations, much less consolidation that happened. And in this case, with a very sophisticated actor who knows what the rules are and presumably had the resources to comply with them, a significant dollar figure was not reported in dozens and dozens of violations during a critical time period in the election. And so I would be open to either increasing the penalties for those or really charging more of them and having less consolidation of the reports. For this particular case, unlike what we just did, I don't have a broader policy to set on it, but I think these are extensive from a very sophisticated actor, which leads me to read within the four corners as a disregard for the rules at a time when the transparency in those reports leading up to the few months before an election is very important. So I just share that. And that the public comment, I believe it was from a counsel from Nielsen Merksmer, I thought was pretty on point.
And one additional item from that public comment that's worth noting is that this specific respondent and individuals who are, who direct it, I would say is the best way to describe them, they've been involved in past FPPC stipulations. This organization, the respondent AHF, was just fined, I believe, $22,000 by LA Ethics for unauthorized lobbying and non-disclosure of lobbying activity. I understand that activity is in the city of LA. It not necessarily, to my knowledge, falls within our jurisdiction, right? But this just demonstrates that the actors here, in my opinion, are not acting in good faith. And it kind of brings me back to this quote that I saw in the press that really bothered me. And it's the media was asking an official about FPPC fines, and they said, this is the cost of doing business in elected office. It just is. Everybody gets fined. Just how much? Right? So I think this fine represents basically a speeding ticket to this respondent. Right? I believe that if you leave it here and you don't make it clear that if you spend all this money on grassroots undisclosed grassroots lobbying with no disclaimers, that you're just going to get a fine that's that it is this amount. I don't think that serves the level of deterrence that we're looking for here. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay. So here's what I'm proposing, right? I think, so we have two counts related to non-disclosure of lobbying activity. One count is for the particularly egregious period where they had hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on communications, grassroots lobbying. And then you have another count that wraps in the other 3 quarters of that calendar year in which there was also undisclosed grassroots lobbying at a lesser amount, right? I believe is it $1,000, Mr. Lindsay?
Yeah, for $6,400.
Is that the fine?
Yeah, for $6,400 worth of activity.
Okay, over 3 quarters, so 9 months of activity. Okay. So rather than find that all in one count, I would suggest that be separated into 4 different counts one for each quarter, especially given the fact that unlike LA Metro, this respondent did not disclose his activity until we reached out to them. So the public still would not know about this, presumably, unless somebody had proactively filed a complaint and the FPPC had spent its time telling this respondent how to disclose this. I can tell you from teaching the lobbyist ethics course, we have a complete slide on this exact scenario. We say if you're doing grassroots lobbying, it has to be disclosed in this section of the form as such, right? So they're really, in my opinion, I don't think there's an excuse for an entire year of this sort of activity going undisclosed. So that's my proposal as to the lobbying counts. It sounds like Commissioner Baker has some thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was just one point. It's not so much in disagreement, but it's just to make sure I can imagine instances, I do not believe they are applicable here, where someone doesn't realize they violated something until they hear from enforcement or until a complaint is filed. And so I don't know that we're giving direction that, that will always weigh against someone or be a aggravating factor. And I don't think that's what you're saying, but I just want to be clear on that because there are instances where people may not know. I don't think that is the case here, but I did want to clarify that if we're giving instruction. Thank you. And I agree with I would support your proposal here.
Thank you. And I agree with that clarification. This is a unique case. This is not in general where you have a large nonprofit that has retained lobbyists that have to take the lobbyist ethics training, which should be familiar with this reporting requirement. Commissioner Ortiz?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, one of the prongs in the analysis is whether it was negligent or intentional. To me, this appears intentional because of all what you guys have talked about, the history. This is not the first time. And he had access to treasurers and people that I should have known, and he should have known too.
I think it is important to reiterate that although the aggregate numbers are high, that there are quite a few reports, that's indicative of the size of this committee. These are not a really high percentage of things that they typically have done. And I think that that's a factor that probably should be thought about as well. A lot of the comment letter and whatnot that it's really about deterrence and things of that nature. And I understand that the amount of money that you charge in a penalty is an important factor in deterrence, but our regulations are not really built on that premise per se. We have an 8-factor test on how we arrive at a penalty. The amount of money that a committee receives or a person receives in contributions or the amount that they expend is not a factor in that 8. We look at other items, and it's not just a scenario where we look at maybe they receive $3 million in contributions. We need to have a penalty that's commensurate in some way with that. That's not how our system is built. We have maximum amounts that we can charge for a violation that oftentimes do not provide monetary deterrent value, and we have a group of factors that don't center around how much money typically somebody receives or somebody expends. And so I do want to reiterate those points. I know that it's easy to say that there's $1 million worth of reports that were late, but if there's $10 or $15 million of reports or money at issue, and there's only some of that that's been late reported, I think that that's a little bit of a factor. And in this instance, they did correct relatively quickly. I do want to say I know that my understanding was that that there were people on the line that might want to talk, and I wanted to just alert you to that as well.
Sure, and you mentioned that this was not a high percentage of their activity. So the undisclosed activity was all of their activity for that calendar year. So it seems to me it's a very high percentage of their activity. Did you mean just to clarify, you mean in the campaign context?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. I think we could open it up to public comment. Go ahead. We have someone here present for public comment. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Moves. Rand Martin here on behalf of the Healthcare Foundation. I'll push the button. The green light tells me I'm on.
Excellent. Can you repeat who you're with? and what
Yes,
your name
Rand
is?
Martin
Thank
on
you.
behalf of the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I'm not exactly sure how to start because I'm hearing from the dais that there are people that believe that what we have done in some of these cases was intentional, that we were sophisticated, we should have known better, and we did this because that it was a cost of doing business and we wanted to keep it quiet. AHF happens to be one of the most transparent organizations working around Sacramento and in politics. We disclose as much as we possibly can. We own when we make mistakes. We fix them as fast as we can, and we don't hide. We don't attempt to hide them. We know what we're doing. We know we want the public to know. It's in our best interest for the public to know that AHF is behind some of these very important public policy issues. I really want to focus for a moment, maybe not exclusively, but for a moment on the issue of Opti. And Mr. Chair, I need to disagree with you as a lobbyist and who just went through ethics training again a week and a half ago. I don't recall any discussion about Opti or Form 640 being explicitly explained to lobbyists. And in fact, the reason why the information was not disclosed on 640 that's subject to the stipulation is the fact that we didn't know. We had never had a client who used their funds to spend on other kinds of influence unrelated to what I did walking the halls of the Capitol to get something done. As soon as it became clear to us that we had failed to disclose that funding, we immediately corrected it, filed the forms quickly, informed Ms. West by letter that we acknowledged the problem, we fixed it, and we have been diligent ever since, in the 4 years since then. Every time we spend any dollars on that kind of activity, we make sure that it's included in the Form 640 when we submit our lobbying report. So we learned our lesson, we fixed it, we move forward. I know that's one of the things that you all aspire to, is that people who make mistakes learn their lesson and fix it so that transparency is that much better when we move forward. Relative to the other issues, relative to reporting, yes, there are a lot of violations. And we own them, and we admitted to them, and certainly in the stipulation, we admitted to them and willing to be fined for it. But keep in mind also that we run these campaigns ourselves. We don't farm them out to some political organization like so many organizations do that run ballot measure campaigns. We do it internally, and yeah, we make mistakes. But we're talking about thousands and thousands of campaign contributions, thousands and thousands of reports that have to be made. And if we make a mistake on some of them, yes, we're going to make them, but we fix them as soon as we can. And when we need to be penalized for doing that, we're willing to step up and take that punishment. But that's not in any way to suggest that we are intentional in what we're doing in this regard. That we just acknowledge our mistakes and want them to be seen as mistakes and want to be seen as our willingness to step up and fix what needs to be fixed. I'll leave it at that. This has been a rough year for AHF. I've got to tell you, whenever you take on big moneyed interests, they fight back. They fought back with Proposition 34, which you may very well be aware. It was solely focused on trying to emasculate AHF. And they fight us on issues like this where they try and make us look like we're really bad actors when we're just like everybody else. We're human, we make mistakes, but not like everybody else. We do own up to them and we admit to them. So I hope you can take those things under advisement and as you move forward in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And I have a quick question for Mr. Lindsay. So I noticed that as a respondent included here is Beverly Grossman Palmer. Why is she listed as a respondent?
The treasurer.
So she's the treasurer of this committee. Do we have any background on Ms. Palmer?
No, but she might be on the line.
She is.
Yeah. Are we able to consider what this attorney's background is, Mr. Bainbridge, as part of us considering this stipulation?
You should consider what's in the stipulation and making your determination of whether to approve it or not.
Okay. So I would say there's a lot of, in my experience, there's a lot of organizations that are very large that engage in multi-million-dollar ballot measure campaigns, right? I don't think it's an excuse that an organization has decided that they don't need to pay the funds to have a compliance firm do their compliance work. I mean, this is widespread non-disclosure. As a former compliance attorney myself, I'm surprised that it's possible. So, do we have additional public comment? Great. Go ahead. Okay. Sure. Sure. I think so. As far as I'm concerned, that would be the direction that I've laid out in terms of the lobbying counts, in terms of splitting up the 24-hour reports from the major donor reporting. That is, that's my opinion on this. I believe Commissioner Baker had some ideas as well in terms of what we would expect when coming back.
Thank you. I want to give Chief Lindsay an opportunity to address more directly what I elevated as a concern was not necessarily just the dollar amount, but the sheer number of not timely refiled 10 days and 24-hour reports, particularly 24-hour reports, but both of them so numerous over the course of a whole year, which happened to be a election year. Did you want to say more before we decide what to do with the stipulation on justifying the approach that was taken here in the stipulation?
Not anything more really than what I've already said. I think that, again, there's a lot of activity with this particular committee. They corrected issues relatively quickly after the enforcement contact. And this is the type of thing that we would typically do to aggregate a certain number of reports like this that were late filed, especially in a fairly short period of time, and this was a fairly short period of time. So that's we gave max or close to max fines on most of the counts. So they could be separated out, I suppose. I felt and do feel comfortable with the amount that we're charging here. Wouldn't present it if I didn't, but I understand that there are differences of opinion.
So to clarify, in your experience, have we ever charged 24-hour reports, late reports with another distinct type of reporting violation, all in the same count?
I think we have, but I don't recall any particular cases off the top of my head.
Okay.
My feedback is just as the same, is that the sheer volume of them, I was just surprised at the consolidation. And if this is something that goes back and returns to us again, goes back for negotiating, returns to us again, that'll be the first thing I'll be looking for if there's been any movement or greater compromise on that area. And I hope there will be. Thank you. I'm not going to get specific as to what your dollar amount should be or how many counts, but that's the feedback that I hope is just from this one commissioner is still helpful.
Okay. Then do we have any additional public comment? Okay. Let's do that. Go ahead. Good afternoon. Okay. There's additional public comment. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go on to the next one. I thought you meant the next item. Yeah. Let's go on to that next public commenter. Thank you for clarifying. You can go ahead. Do they have the ability, so it's not a technical issue that we're having? Okay. Are there any is there any additional public comment?
We are still in the room. They're just not.
How ominous.
They did mention they wanted to make public comment, but they're not. Could you?
And just so it's on the record, it sounds like they're going to ask to have someone try to reach out to them in the room to see if they're trying to make public comment and are unable. I know the rest of the world can't hear that. Court reporter
They've all dropped now. Okay. We have.
I'm sorry, they're telling me they got disconnected, so I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, is there a phone number that they can call rather than doing online comment?
Let's go ahead. Alvin, do we have a phone number that we can have them call in?
I think it's important that we take the time to accommodate them, given the nature of what we're discussing.
Agreed.
Doing to the step. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Honestly, I think we, so maybe it'll get fixed because we don't want to lose these people.
Are they trying to call in right now? I have also have the phone number.
You have a number to call? I'll give it to you. You read it out to me.
Yes. 669-444-9176.
1-669-444.
Yeah, might as well. It kind of feels like it's that.
You can go ahead.
Hello, this is Beverly Grossman Palmer. Just confirming that you all can hear me.
We can. Thank you for being so patient with us. Go ahead.
Thank you. No one, my apologies. As Mr. Lindsay indicated, I am the treasurer for Yes on 21, and I am an attorney. I did want to clarify just a couple comments that I have heard. When Rand was speaking about AIDS Healthcare Foundation and how it runs campaigns, AIDS Healthcare Foundation does not keep its campaign compliance in-house. AIDS Healthcare Foundation executes a lot of its campaign activity in-house. And yes, there are a number of reporting errors that occurred along the way, but all of those reporting errors, as Mr. Lindsay explained, were a very small percentage of the overall expenditures, and they were almost entirely consisted of non-monetary contributions made by the sponsor of the Yes on 21 committee to the committee by virtue of making expenditures on the committee's behalf. And those are challenging to track from a compliance perspective because the treasurer does not necessarily know the moment that an expenditure has been made. But AIDS Healthcare Foundation and Yes on 21 were extremely diligent in trying to report all of these. And when expenditures were late, we did not try to, we still disclosed them. You know, as Rand said, we made every effort to disclose all the information that is required. We agreed with this stipulation because we acknowledge that the reporting was not perfect. But as Mr. Lindsay explained, it was a very small percentage of campaign activity. And I just didn't think it was emphasized enough that these were all non-monetary contributions from AIDS Healthcare Foundation, who was already known to the public as the primary sponsor and the only sponsor of Yes on 21. So I think that is the point I wanted to hit. I know there were some questions regarding my role as the attorney and treasurer here. And if there are any, I'm happy to answer them. But we have always done our best to be as transparent as possible and to disclose as much as we can. And staff, there's no evidence of any intent behind any of these violations. This was a complicated campaign with a lot of moving parts, and all the parties did all that they could do to make sure the information got to the right place at the right time, and always disclosed it as soon as we could.
I appreciate that, and thank you again for waiting while we dealt with our technical difficulties. And, the information you just highlighted there is one of the reasons why I was more focused on the lobbying activity than the campaign activity. With that said, while I suppose the public was likely aware of the fact that AHF was supporting the political committee, it's important that the public and other people in the election sort of environment are aware of that, because that indicates how money is being spent, right? And it's not fair for, perhaps the opponents of the measure to follow the law and be disclosing that activity, and then the supporter to not do that, right? That's just one of the, many reasons why timely disclosure is so critical. Additional public comment? No. Okay, we're all done with public comment. Okay, then I am going to move to reject this stip with the direction that we have provided. Do I have a second?
So you want to specify the direction?
Sure. So, and Mr. Bainbridge, I know this is kind of a tricky area when we're rejecting a stip. Are we able to provide specific direction on each one of these counts, how we want to handle that, or should we leave it more general?
It's up to you. It doesn't matter one way or the other. I think it's just good that we have a clear record of what that direction is for enforcement.
Perfect. Okay. Excellent. And the motion is to reject the stip. It is to expand the lobbying activity counts to 4, and then to split the 24-hour reporting from the count related to major donor reporting. And then, Commissioner Baker, was there anything specific you wanted to add to that? I know you had some.
Mine were less specific. It was just if you're coming back, and I know that needs to go in the motion, just if you're coming back, I'll be asking questions about why more of the filings that are 24-hour in particular, but also the 10-day are not in more separate counts, like more robust justification or less consolidation of them. I don't know that that's something that would be the subject of the motion.
Okay, so then we'll leave the motion as is that I laid out. So motion to reject the stipulation, to seek 4 counts for non-disclosure of lobbying activity, to split the count related to 24-hour reporting by AHF from the major donor reporting violation, I believe in count 4. That is the motion.
I can second.
Great. Ms. Postle?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
The motion denied? Is that
Motion approved.
motion passes?
Yeah, okay, excellent. On the record. Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. I think we've approved the consent calendar, so you're free to leave. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our general items, and that's items 17 through 24. We're going to start with a pre-notice discussion of the biennial cost of living adjustments to monetary limits in the Political Reform Act, a very non-contentious issue. So here comes a member of our legal division to the table. It's going to be General Counsel Dave Bainbridge, who will remain where he's at. And then do we have anybody else coming to the table? Doesn't look like it. Okay.
Ms. Postel does the work, most of the work on this, but she has her hands full today, so
Excellent.
I'll handle the presentation
Bainbridge?
here. This is the biannual cost of living adjustment regulations. We update these every 2 years. We are required by statute to do the math on certain limits that are adjusted every 2 years due to inflation. So the formula for how we do the math is in our regulations. And you'll see if you look through the memo how all the different limits are changing beginning January 1, 2025. We consider these non-substantive changes, and we're originally planning on just submitting it as a non-substantive. The Office of Administrative Law thought it better that we present it as a pre-notice and then notice it. So we'll be bringing it back in January, likely on the consent calendar. And then the limits change as of January 1, regardless of when our regs go into place. Our regs are just there to document what that change is. We will publish on our website when the limits change, the new limits that are up there, so that the public is aware of what the new limit is for each of these areas. And with that, I will give it to the commissioners for any questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Bainbridge. Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, this is more of a technical question. Council Bainbridge, based on your experience, do you find when there's a cost of living adjustment that, in light of the fact that, the FPPC does a good job in terms of disseminating information, do you find any local governing bodies that don't seem to understand that there are now new limits, or are they pretty good about picking up on the information that's disseminated by the FPPC?
Yeah, I haven't seen any issues with people not knowing when a limit had increased. Right. They never go down, unfortunately.
Well, no. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Thank you. On that same kind of line that Commissioner Wilson, what happens to local elected offices, agencies who do not have contribution limits? Do they continue to have the non-contribution limit?
If a local agency has not adopted their own limit, they are subject to the state limit.
Okay, so it's up to the agency to establish contribution limits. And if they haven't, it's open, they don't have contribution limit, then they can continue doing that?
If they don't have a limit, then state law kicks in and they are subject to what the state limit is for assembly and senators.
Is that new?
Law passed probably 3 years ago, I think it is now.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, previously they were not subject to any limit by state law, it was
I'm
just
talking
local.
like a local special district.
Right.
Who doesn't have contribution limit.
Okay, a special district is, the state limit wouldn't apply, so they wouldn't have any limits at all. Right.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any public comment on this item?
No.
Okay. We don't have to make a motion because this is on pre-notice, so we'll go ahead and move on to item number 18. So adoption of proposed amendment of regulation 18531.2, refunding of general election contributions after withdrawal of candidate, and amendment of regulation 18537.1, carryover of contributions. Mr. Norton, good morning or good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. So good afternoon, Chair Silver and Commissioners. Zachary Norton, Senior Counsel, FPP's Legal Division, presenting for adoption today amendments to regulations 18531.2 and 18537.1. So staff originally proposed for pre-notice discussion these amendments to these regulations at the Commission's August 2023 meeting. However, before the Commission adopted the proposed regulatory amendments, the legislature enacted statutory amendments addressing these issues, making most of staff's original proposed regulatory changes moot. In addition to addressing the issues identified by staff in the prior regulation proposed, the recent legislation adopted a definition of subsequent election, which had previously only been defined by regulation, and this new definition conflicts with the existing definition in the Commission's regulations. So consequently, staff presents a proposal as part of this to remove the regulatory definition, which has now been superseded by statute. So the first regulation 18531.2 deals with refunding contributions after withdrawal from a primary election. The recent statutory amendments provide that a candidate who does not file a declaration of candidacy to qualify for a primary or special primary election is not defeated in the primary election or special primary election, and does not otherwise withdraw from the general or special general election, and shall not be required to refund contributions. Staff proposes amendments adding additional language to existing subdivision A of Regulation 18531.2, so that a candidate would be required to refund general election contributions if the candidate withdraws after filing a declaration of candidacy. Under existing law, a candidate must refund leftover money when a candidate does not run or withdraws from a general election. So this proposed change is consistent with the idea that withdrawal from the primary election also effectuates withdrawal from a general election for that office. This would also achieve a consistent result as to the refund of contributions upon withdrawal from a general election. And the definition of subsequent election, and that is Regulation 18537.1. So the recent statutory amendments to Section 85317 provide a specific definition of subsequent election for the same elective office. And the recent statutory amendments define subsequent election to explicitly allow the carryover of contributions for any subsequent election for the same elective state, county, or city office. And this renders obsolete the definition of subsequent election that is now found in Regulation 18537.1C. Therefore, staff recommends removing this from the regulation. And with that, are there any questions?
Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Wood.
I just have a kudos. Footnote 4 has my favorite canon of statutory interpretation, expressio unius. So whoever put that in there, good administrative law and good statutory interpretation. That's all.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baker, any Latin?
I'm pretty sure Council Bainbridge is blushing, but I appreciate that as well. I do have a question. Certainly the way that subsequent election has been defined by the legislature, it's completely appropriate to repeal the definition that we have in the regs that would be in conflict with that.
Yes.
So in a sense, it sounds like the recommendation, not just sends it, the recommendation is to take the Kaufman approach and not the Brown approach or something like that. And the legislature in the recent bill that was passed took the Brown approach. And the justification, the primary justification I see is that footnote for the Latin.
Yes.
And I'm curious, and this may be a question for Chief Legislative Counsel Ms. Nakano or certainly for you, if there was anything in the legislative debate or in the legislative documentation that the legislature, this is very recent, meant to make a real distinction between when you already filed for candidacy and withdrew and when you didn't yet file for candidacy and withdrew. That to me is very important, including the Latin. I took 4 years of Latin in high school. I could talk to the Pope, that's about it. And I just, because to me, I don't know that it's a canon of statutory construction, but certainly legislative history and has the legislature shown a propensity more towards the Brown approach than the Kaufman approach, even though their bill didn't go that far with this?
And that is something that I looked at. I looked at the bill analyses.
Right.
There was no indication as to why the legislature made this decision. Maybe Ms. Nakano has something to add on that. But I can say that they did make a distinction, and I think the filing of the declaration of candidacy seems to be a significant distinction. So I think we need to treat that as a delineation point for either allowing or not allowing carryover. And I think if we ignored it and just said, well, you know, it doesn't, you can do the same thing after filing, it would sort of, it would ignore a distinction that I think has been created by statute. And I think the declaration of candidacy, you know, that's not part of the act that's required under the elections code. So I think that, at least it seems to me, and I can't speak for the legislature, it seems to mark the difference between maybe an exploratory committee where you have to file a 501 in order to raise or spend money, and actually committing to having your name appear on the ballot, because that's part of the filing requirements that appear later on, part of the elections code. So a little bit different than the fundraising as part of the exploratory process.
Thank you. And I wonder if an additional alternative is that, not that the contributions have to be returned, but that they can be retained with attribution to a future committee. I would think that was one of the three options that were pursued, you know, a year ago when this first started coming up for pre-notice. And I might be able to get there. I think I'm at the point where, look, if the legislature doesn't like what we do today, after all this analysis, they can fix it. If they want us to do Brown, they can introduce that bill in a little over a week. But I just want to have that understanding that it's not the only option. Additional option is, maybe it's not to carry over. We're saying you're not going to be able to do carry over. You have to return it. Well, how about not just you get to keep it, but you have to do attribution to a future committee? We're all looking at Council.
Yeah, you're all looking at me. I guess I have to say something. I think in reading this, if they intended to allow attribution, they wouldn't have included this distinction of it would, if you withdraw after the filing. They could have just simply left that part out and said you can attribute with that, you can transfer with attribution at any time. So the fact that they created this distinction leads us to believe they meant it to mean something different. And as Mr. Norton was saying, it makes sense in that when you file the notice of intention, that is when you're going to appear on the ballot. I think in a lot of people's mind, that's when you're actually running for the office, as opposed to having a committee to potentially run for office being open. So based on that, we thought, one, we think the language is intentional. There's a reason that they drew this distinction. So this was our best calculation as to why they included this distinction in the law. There isn't anything in the legislative record as to why they included that distinction. It wasn't anything we had proposed in our regulations. It was something they created themselves.
Thank you. And I am going to take that approach. I usually don't, but if that is, look, at this point, if they look at what we adopt today, assuming we adopt it, and they don't like it, they can fix it. And they can try to change it and go through that process. And we may end up agreeing and endorsing that bill, or disagreeing, or otherwise engaging. So I just wanted to understand that, and I appreciate your work on it and the incorporation of the Latin.
Yeah. Commissioner Wilson?
Well, I didn't take Latin, so. But really appreciate those who did. But I do have a question, though. And I don't know if Ms. Nakano, Council Nakano can answer this. But was there any indication at the hearing what the legislative intent was? And if not, how feasible would it be to reach out to the two elections committees in the Senate and the Assembly to see if they had any sense of what the intent was? Just a thought.
If Ms. Nakano remembers something different, she can jump up after I speak. But my recollection is there was nothing in the record that would give us an indication. We could reach out. I feel pretty confident in what we're putting forward here, that this is consistent with their intent.
Mr. Kano.
Thank you.
Yeah, all good points. I'm inclined to adopt the regulation as is. I think the legislature made a decision between Brown and Kaufman, decided to go with Brown, and then created this new precedent in terms of what the relevant time period is for carryover contributions before and after this filing. In the future, just to avoid these sorts of issues coming up now, and we have an item that's before us for decision, I think even though we have really, I shouldn't even be speaking for myself as much as you all have discussed this issue a lot. So I see why we didn't do a pre-notice on this, the argument for that, but I just think it's better to do moving forward, just in general, pre-notice for any reg before it's adopted. But like I said, I am supportive of adopting the regulation as is. Of course, Commissioner Wood.
So I actually I was kind of curious about this, but I felt like I had missed a meeting recently and I was wondering if that was when pre-notice happened here. So are we relying on pre-notice from 2023? And like, we opened this up for notice and comment already? Like, where are we procedurally here? I don't know the California APA like I know the federal one.
Yeah, procedurally, this issue was noticed a long time ago with the Office of Administrative Law, so we can adopt it. I think what Chair Silver is referring to is he would prefer that even though it's already been noticed and we could adopt it, that because it's a little bit different topic than what was presented before, that you'd like to hear it once on pre-notice and then bring it back for adoption at a subsequent meeting. This was my decision. I thought, we've been doing this for a year and a half on this issue. I think it's a pretty minor issue. I feel very confident about our interpretation. I thought let's move it forward before the end of the year and move on. But I understand the direction. So in the future, if that's what you'd like to do, we can bring every regulation that is substantively changed for a second pre-notice.
Did we get comments a year and a half ago? I can't remember.
We did from the legislature, and then they took matters into their own hands and adopted their perspective through legislation.
Okay. But not from CPAA or anybody?
I think we did. I think we had a number of comments, but this is...
May want to take it again then, I don't know.
Well, the legislation got them what they wanted in their comments is what I would say.
Yes, the initial comments were essentially making the recommendations that were later adopted by the legislature. And then we also brought this back in January 2024 for a special discussion on subsequent election and how we got to that definition by regulation after Prop 34 was initially passed. So,
is there any harm in waiting until January to just do this final adoption in case people do have comments? Like, is anybody going to make any decisions based on that in the next 2 months?
I don't think there's any harm. I mean, technically, we'll have a statute that goes into place January 1 that conflicts with a regulation we still have on the books if we don't pass it today.
I see.
Obviously, the statute's going to control, and it's a short period of time until we would be rescinding the other regulation. That was part of the reason for trying to get it done before the end of the year, is just to have that reg gone before the statute went into effect.
Commissioner Baker? No, Commissioner.
No, I'm done. And like, just for what it's worth, I'll go along with whatever people want. It was just good to have that conversation. Thank you.
I'm very appreciative of Commissioner Wood raising that because I grappled with it as well. And I do think the first suggested amendment to repeal the definition of subsequent election, I wouldn't delay, because there are candidates who've lost, and before their deadline for doing it, they may try to carry over, and they may end up feeling they are restricted in a way they are not come January 1st when the bill is there. The second provision, there was quite a bit of public comment, and I don't know, I mean, I sense that our staff team has kind of always been in the Kaufman camp and less in the Brown camp over time, and that's something we grappled with for quite some time. This is a different rationale for applying it to a specific scenario now. So the second amendment that's suggested, I wouldn't have a problem keeping that until January and just making sure that there is an opportunity for public comment. And I think that's appropriate. It's just that first one, I think if there's a way to adopt that one and pause the second one until January, that would allow folks who are making decisions before we meet, and there will be candidates who will doing that to make them with the full benefit of the reg being updated. And I know that this has been something that in some perspective has been delayed for over a year, but of course the argument is, what is 2 months difference going to make if you're trying to make sure we are giving a full full opportunity for comment? So I would support that approach.
Any other comments from commissioners? Do we have a motion?
I can get the button going. I want to be precise. I would move to adopt the proposed amended regulation to 18537.1 and to postpone until our January meeting adoption of the proposed regulation 1853.2. Did I get the numbers right? 18531.2. Thank you. But no further than January.
I second that. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Public comment? No public comment. Okay. Ms. Apostle?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, next we have item 19. Senior Commission Counsel Pfizer is going to be joining us to discuss the adoption of amendments to Regulation 18703, Public General Exception to Conflict of Interest Prohibition. This was an item that was on pre-notice, I believe, in September. Is that right, Mr. Pfizer?
That's correct.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
If you recall, we proposed these amendments to Regulation 18703 2 months ago at the September meeting, which we just discussed. I will provide a brief summary to refresh your recollection, then summarize what we have found since the prior meeting. Under the Political Reform Act, a public official is prohibited from making, participating in making, or attempting to influence a governmental decision if it is reasonably foreseeable that the decision will have a material effect, financial effect, on the official's financial interest, distinguishable from its effect on the public generally. Regulation 18703 sets forth the rule for applying the public generally exception. Subdivision A provides a two-part test to establish if the effect of a decision on an official's financial interest is indistinguishable from the effect on the public generally. The first part of the test is to determine if a significant segment is affected. The second part is to ask if the effect on the official's financial interest is not unique compared to the effect on the significant segment. The subject of these proposed amendments is Regulation 18703 Subdivision E, which provides special circumstances under which the public generally exception applies to certain decisions that broadly apply to a large portion of the public. Specifically, the proposed revisions would enable the public generally exception to be applied to circumstances where the governmental decision at issue is made by a government entity that manages an airport or harbor. The existing public generally exception applies only if the governmental decision affects 25% of either all businesses or nonprofit entities, all real property, commercial real property, or residential real property, or all individuals within the official's jurisdiction. An official's jurisdiction generally includes the entire geographic location in which the agency has a jurisdiction, typically a city, county, or an agency with larger multi-county boundaries. But identifying a significant segment within the geographic location of an official's jurisdiction does not work for an airport or harbor, because an official's authority is specific to the management of the infrastructure and the people using it. And an official's duties do not necessarily extend to the entire city, county, or multi-county area. The proposed revisions would resolve this by enabling the identification of a significant segment of people, a significant segment among the people who use the infrastructure. So, for instance, under the proposed revisions, the public generally exception will apply to a city harbor district if the decision affects all people with a licensed boat slip from the harbor district, even if the number of people with a licensed boat slip is less than 25% of the business entities or individuals within the city, most of whom do not use the harbor. In these circumstances, the affected significant segment should be identified among people within the government entity's specific jurisdiction, provided the governmental decision at issue affects all permit, license, or leaseholders within the governmental entity in a similar manner. And the only interests affected by the decision relate to the official's permit, license, or other use entitlement from the government entity. So that is the refresher on these amendments. Now I'm going to address a couple issues the Commission raised regarding these amendments when they were initially proposed at the meeting 2 months ago in September. First, you asked that we talk with officials at airports and/or harbors about the practical applications of these amendments, given the specialized nature of their management and operations. Staff talked with representatives of the Association of California Airports, and the draft regulation was forwarded to its members, which includes over 240 public use airports. No comments have been received to date from a member of the Association of California Airports. Staff has also reached out to the California Special Districts Association, but has not received comments in response. Second, the Commission expressed concern over the possibility that an airport or harbor official could participate in a decision that would affect its neighbors, where the neighbors have no representation within the governmental entity that manages the airport or harbor. At the meeting in September, we discussed the example of an airport's noise abatement, so let's use that as the example today. In our discussion with the Association of California Airports, we found that the Federal Aviation Administration has jurisdiction over airspace and flight paths. An airport has discretion over curfews or flight times that affect noise on neighboring properties. But based on the language set forth in these amendments, the public generally exception would not apply to an airport's decisions regarding flight curfews for noise abatement. Under these amendments, the decision must affect permits, licenses, or other use entitlements granted by the government entity that are, 1, broadly available to all others similarly situated, and 2, are provided on substantially the same terms as for any other recipient. First, the decision regarding noise abatement does not affect a permit, license, or other use entitlement. Therefore, the public general exception would not apply under these amendments. Second, even if such a decision did constitute a use entitlement, that entitlement would not be, 1, broadly available to all others similarly situated, since the entitlement would not be available to the airport's neighbors affected by the noise abatement decision, and 2, the entitlement would not be provided on substantially the same terms as any other recipient. The language of these amendments is narrowly tailored to prevent the application of the public general exception to a noise abatement decision or any similar decision that might affect people outside the immediate jurisdiction of an airport or harbor. These amendments would therefore not enable an airport or harbor to make decisions that would adversely affect its neighbors, particularly where those neighbors might not have representation within the governmental entity that manages the airport or harbor. Finally, the Commission was concerned with a scenario where an airport or harbor official has an interest in, for instance, the lease of an airport hangar, and that official is allowed to make a decision related to an interest in the lease of the hangar, and the public ends up paying for it. What we found from the Association of California Airports is an airport's governing body is typically an advisory body and does not have authority to tax outside its specific jurisdiction. So if the airport is owned by a city or county, then the city council or board of supervisors is the governing body and would consider the airport's recommendations, but the decision would be made by the city council or board of supervisors. Now, it should be noted that Government Code Section 1090 does not draw a distinction in the same circumstance based on the nature of the decision. So, for instance, an official's rental of hangar space at a municipal airport is a non-interest under Section 1090. So the Section 1090 prohibitions would not apply. These amendments would apply the public general exception uniformly in this narrow situation without distinguishing rate-setting decisions from other decisions. These amendments would be consistent with the purpose of the public generally provision in the statute and would harmonize the Act with Section 1090 in this narrow circumstance. On that, staff recommends adoption of the proposed amendments.
Thank you. Any comments from commissioners? Commissioner Baker?
Thank you, and thank you, because I think at least a couple of those questions were mine from the last time around. In full disclosure, I don't live near an airport. I live in a community, the Tri-Valley of the East Bay, that does have a municipal airport, and it's often in the news. What's the noise abatement? How much is it going to cost to modernize the hangars or otherwise? So that's why those questions were kind of front of mind, is how the local community can respond to that. I'm with your addressing those three questions, I'm comfortable with it. Just two things. One is a comment and request. The comment is, I imagine there could still be a scenario that we may not normally feel comfortable with for purposes of conflict of interest, where the airport board is voting to upgrade something or do some expenditures that are going to make it really nice for the people who have their permit there or park their airplane there. And so maybe they're not raising taxes on people, but they're doing an expenditure that somebody else potentially is going to have to foot the bill. And this isn't this will still allow, if that happens, they can vote on it. Yes, they may personally benefit from it, but they could also be kicked out of office in the next election or appointment. It doesn't tie the hands of people to do that. So that's where I was able to become comfortable with this. The second is that I wouldn't mind if this is just something our team keeps an eye on over the course of a few years from now, come back and take a look. Have there ever been any more additional questions or potential violations, or even just things in the news where people were unhappy and it looked bad that a board was able to vote on something that the board members do receive a benefit, either non-monetary or monetary, but they're allowed to do it now because we passed this.
Right.
I don't think this is going to lead to a flood of cases. And I do think if people don't like the decisions that airport people make, they can, hopefully keep them from staying in that role. But I would like us to keep an eye on this and how stories may cover in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners? Thank you again for your work on this. I think this is a great regulation. Like we talked about during pre-notice, I think it's an excellent example of where we identified an issue through advice and then brought that to the attention of the commission, passed a regulation addressing it. So thank you to the legal division for taking those steps. And thank you for reaching out to the stakeholders that we pointed out at the last meeting. You might want to give a heads up also to them that this was adopted, perhaps the Legislative Aviation Caucus as well. That's the only other comment I had on this. Do we have any public comment? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the adoption of amendments to Regulation 18703.
Second?
Ms. Apostle?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Commissioner Wood,
Aye.
Chair Silver.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay. Item number 20, that's going to be our 2024-2025 fiscal year first quarter expenditure report. And we're going to welcome up Chief of Administration, Dr. Ju Wang. Good afternoon, Dr. Wang.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, chairs, and good afternoon, commissioners. So my report will submit as it is, but I do have the one thing about the budget I want to add. So 2024 Budget Act provide Department of Finance authority to reduce department budgets to capture saving related to vacant position in 24-25. So the project saving based on their calculation for FPPC is $1.3 million. So also the Budget Act provides finance authority to reduce department budget to capture state operation saving up to 7.95% in fiscal year 24-25. So 7.95% of our budget is $1.5 million. So total 1.3 plus 1.5 is $2.8 million. So FPPC requests the exclusion of the entire $2.8 million reduction of our budget in September. So in the past 2 months, we reached out to finance for a couple of times for update. We are told they are still reviewing, so there's no update as of today. Since the Budget Act requires the finance to report the total saving to the legislature on January 10th, 2025. So we expect to hear from finance next month before they finalize. So I will keep everyone posted and love to hear your thoughts and suggestions.
That's helpful. Ms. West, what sort of consequences do you foresee if we lose nearly $3 million in our budget?
that would be impossible for us to absorb. As you can see in every budget update you get, majority of our budget is for employees. It's for staff benefits and pay. So absorbing $2.8 million is impossible. So I can't really tell you how we would take it on. And we disagree with the finding of vacancies because we only had 1.5 vacancies at that time and they said we had 10. So there's a discrepancy that we're working out. So we're hopeful, but we're also not spending any money right now. So.
Yes, $2.8 million is more than 10% of our total budget. So that's why we taught finance, because as a small department like us, state operation, it is our total budget. We don't have any program. So with the full staff, there's no way we can absorb $2.8 million cut.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, I was just going to agree with everything that's been said. And to add that we're arguing for more staff, more resources. And I think if you look at the population growth just over the last 5 years, 10 years, the number of elected officials in the state, we can make the case for a revenue increase to meet the needs of the FPPC. So.
And I think the public is also asking for, greater staff, which is clear from our meetings of public comment. Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. So it sounds like there's some back and forth with finance on where these 10, whether it's 10 or 1.5. Do you, in their 10 or our 1.5, are those enforcement positions? Where are those?
No, they're just saying that it was a vacancy and that the directive is if you had any vacancies at that point in time, then that's the amount that will be cut from your budget. And so they're saying that we're saying we had very few, they're saying we had more, but it's either way, we can't take
Gotcha.
the cut regardless of what number they come up with.
I'm looking at staff, the current budget for just staff benefits is $6.1 million. Chop away a third of that.
Right. So that's our point. With the full staffs, no way we can absorb any reduction.
And salary and wages just for the first quarter is 2.7. So get you. Well, press on with the negotiations on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comment? Any public comment? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Let's move on to item number 21. That's going to be a summary of data and trends for donor advised fund, proceeding, and relationship disclosure. This is going to be presented to us by our indispensable executive researcher, Cole Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We may have met before, but I wanted to introduce myself to the Commission and public formally. My name is Cole Smith, and I am the executive researcher here at the Fair Political Practices Commission. And my role basically is that whenever you guys have any questions that need research, or if any staff have questions that are brought up during meetings, it's often assigned to me to go find the answers. So that can run the gamut from legislative history on bills to how other states are responding to the rapid advances in technology. So it's an interesting job to be sure. So today I wanted to thank you, the Commission and Commission staff, for all the work at the FPPC and for listening to my presentation today. Today's presentation concerns behest of payment reports and provides an update to the Commission on some of the patterns and trends of recently adopted regulations, the fields they created, and the utilization of those fields. It'll be about 15 minutes long, so feel free to ask questions at any point. And first, I would like to provide some background information on behest of payment reporting and its purpose, after which I will present the main findings. So, figure out how to use the clicker. Oh, forget about turning it on. So Under California law, generally, a payment is considered behested and subject to reporting if it is made at the request, suggestion, or solicitation of, or made in cooperation, consultation, coordination, or concert with a public official, and it is for a legislative, governmental, or charitable purpose. These types of payments are what are referred to as behested payments and must be reported by the official within 30 days of the payment date whenever a single source makes a payment that adds up to $5,000 or more in a calendar year. It's also important to understand that behested payments are not contributions or gifts. They're their own third separate category. The commission has issued multiple advice letters that have interpreted the purpose of behested payment reports, and one of these advice letters, known as the J advice letter, states generally that the purpose of behested payment provision is to capture reporting for payments that are not direct contributions to elected officials, but that the public would want to see in periodic reports. That is, the purpose is to provide disclosure when there is a potential for influence over a public official. So the importance of this purpose has become apparent in recent years. In early 2021, multiple media organizations published articles identifying behested payments that were allegedly directed by elected officials to organizations that had financial ties to or from entities with business before their agency. In response, the Commission sought to identify and address these and other issues related to behested payment reporting. At the May 11th, 2021 Commission meeting, the Commission had discussed 4 identified areas to be addressed through regulatory action, with the direction that the regulatory language balance timely, informative, and accurate public disclosure of behested payments with the need to not discourage the important charitable and governmental purposes that these payments support. Later, at the October 11th, 2021 meeting, the Commission adopted regulations that sought to address these areas of concern, and at the September 21st, 2023 meeting, the Commission requested an update as to what patterns or trends could be seen as a result of the reporting required by the new regulations. So the 4 areas of concern that were identified, the first dealt with relationships and proceedings. There was no option, nor was it required at the time, for behested payment report to disclose a relationship between the official and the payee organization, such as if, for example, the organization had an employee related to the official. There was also no option to disclose whether the payor or the source of the behested payment was a named party involved in a proceeding before the official's agency. And a quick note, a proceeding includes decisions on a contract, license, permit, or other entitlement, and matters of non-general legislation. The second area of concern dealt with estimates. The report did not include an option at the time for an official to estimate a payment if they didn't have information on the amount, payment amount, or the date of the payment at the time of reporting. The third area was clarification on charitable organization fundraising solicitations, and when a solicitation features an official. It was determined that more clarity was needed for existing regulatory language concerning situations wherein officials may be featured in fundraising solicitations and whether or not they fall under behested reporting requirements. The fourth area of concern had to do with donor-advised funds. At the time, there were no fields nor requirements that were included in a behested payment report to disclose the information needed for the disclosure of payments from donor-advised funds. And a donor-advised fund is a charitable investment account maintained and operated by what's called a sponsoring organization, that allows donors to contribute money to it, generally with the tax deduction, and then recommend grants from it to eligible charities over time. So to address these 4 areas of concern, the Commission adopted 4 regulations. Regulation 18424 requires additional disclosure in the form of brief descriptions in 2 circumstances. First, if there is any relationship of the nonprofit organization payee to the official or a member of their immediate family or member of their campaign or office holder staff. Second, where a payor of a behested payment is involved in a proceeding before the official's agency at the time the behested payment is made or within the previous 12 months. Regulation 18424.1 provides a good faith estimate, behested payment reporting procedure when the official makes reasonable efforts and is unable to obtain the necessary payment information from a behested payment payee within 30 days within the 30 days filing date. It also requires the official to amend the report when they get the information. Regulation 18424.2 clarifies existing regulatory language to state that when an official acts in concert with a charitable organization in a fundraising solicitation and is featured in the solicitation, the official must report all resulting payments in accordance with behested payment reporting laws. This regulation also replaced a previous regulation, repealed and replaced a previous regulation 18215.3. Because this regulation did not result in any new fields in the Form 803 or behested payment report, there was no corresponding reportable data, so therefore it was not an area of research included in this presentation. Regulation 18424.3 requires that when a behested payment is made from a donor-advised fund, the behested payment report must include the name of the sponsoring organization, the donor-advised fund, and the donor or donors and donor's advisor to the extent that the information is known to the official. So to give you a better idea of what the updated Form 803 looks like with these new fields, so for donor-advised funds, the topmost highlighted fields are reserved for any information regarding donor-advised funds. It's comprised of a checkbox, a field for the DAF name, and a field for the donors and donors advisor. Below that is a checkbox used for indicating when a payor is a named party or the subject of a proceeding before the official's agency, and a field for a brief description of the proceedings. In the payee section are the fields used to indicate any relationship between a nonprofit organization payee and the official's immediate family member or staff member in the role of founder, salaried employee, decision-making capacity, or position on an honorary or advisory board. You can see this is comprised of 3 different fields, one including a brief description. And lastly, near the bottom of the form is a checkbox used to indicate if an estimate has been used for either the date or the amount of a payment, as well as a field to describe the estimate and the reason for the estimate. So, since the adoption of the new regulations, there have been 0 complaints received and 0 cases opened related to behested payment reports that have involved alleged violations of the new regulations. And that brings us to the main findings. One of the significant findings is that the new regulations have resulted in greater transparency, as about 25% of all the submissions examined had information in at least one of the new fields. The state submissions reviewed concerned 121 different state officials from the various state offices of Assembly, Senate, Treasurer, Attorney General, Board of Equalization, Controller, Insurance Commissioner, Secretary of State, Lieutenant Governor, and Governor. 527 submissions, or about 26% of the 2029 state submissions, had information in the at least one of the new fields. Of the local submissions, a sample size of 148 behest payment reports were reviewed in local jurisdictions that were identified to have published behest payment reports online. Of those, 34 submissions, or about 23%, filed for seven different officials disclosed information pursuant to at least one of the new disclosure categories. The relationship between the nonprofit organization payee and the official was the most often disclosed information pursuant to the new regulations. Of the 476 submissions with relationship disclosure, 414 submissions identified a relationship between the official and the payee organization. The majority of these reports list the behesting official as having roles of either founder, chair, co-chair, president, CEO, or organizer. It also appears that the majority of state submissions are related to caucus organizations, such as the California Legislative Black Caucus Policy Institute, California Latino Legislative Caucus Foundation, and Women in California Leadership, among others. Of these, many of the submissions list the behesting official as having a role, such as chair or president with the payee organization. 114 of the submissions reviewed disclose that the behesting official and one or more of their staff members have a reportable relationship with the recipient nonprofit organization payee. 25 submissions reviewed list the official as being the founder of a reported nonprofit payee organization. 3 of the submissions filed by one official list the official's spouse as the founding member of the reported nonprofit payee organization. And of the 34 local submissions observed to contain information in at least one of the new fields, none of them contain information in any of the fields other than those reserved for relationship disclosure. So whereas the state had 18 with preceding disclosure and 33 with donor advised fund disclosure, all of the local submissions reviewed had only relationship disclosure. Lastly, roughly 24% of the filings utilizing at least one of those new fields appeared to have either missing information or information included in inappropriate fields. Some of these may be seen as somewhat minor. A few examples are 24 reports disclose the behesting official's name as having a role with the payee organization as vice chair, but the recipient payee appears to be an individual person and not a nonprofit organization. 3 reports utilize the fields for relationship disclosure, but in the brief description field, they explicitly state there is no relationship between the individuals listed and the behesting official. And 1 report disclosed the behesting official's role of former founder in the brief description field, but left the other 2 fields reserved for a name and title and role with the nonprofit blank. However, there are some instances in both the state and local submissions wherein it was difficult to interpret the exact relationship between the official and the listed individual, as the individual's name and roles were listed, but no description of the relationship was provided. These examples indicate a possible need for more education on how to use the fields pursuant to the new regulation. But while there were some errors in the submissions reviewed that indicate educational opportunities, the new regulations have enabled access to a greater degree of transparency. And just to retouch on the point, of the submissions reviewed for the time period, about a quarter of them have used at least one of the new fields created as a result of the new regulations. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much for that presentation. That was really helpful. And I could safely say you probably know more about this than anybody in the state of California right now. So congratulations to you, Mr. Smith. So my main concern coming out of this is, and I don't see it as a failure of our education unit, the FPPC. I see it as just a very complex new rule that is put on top of an already complex reporting requirement, right? So I'm very interested in ways that staff, other commissioners think that we can reach out, especially to locals, because you see that big gap between the state filers who are at 25% and a far lower percentage in this small sample size, relatively small sample size, of locals who are using this new disclosure category. So I'm interested in that. I think, the donor advised fund disclosure piece is going to be particularly tricky because that's just a very complex concept. And looking at Appendix A here, it looks to me like most of the organizations, donors who were disclosed as donor advised funds are not donor advised funds. So I think that is something we want to put a particular focus on. Commissioner Baker?
I'm grinning because I've been looking forward to this analysis and you do a great job. And we do remember you because there's lots of times when research has come our way and we've had the benefit of it. So first, just thank you very much. I think the reforms that were made to behest payment is one of the really great things that's happened at the commission in the last few, the way we were able to respond to what the public saw as an issue. And it's significant that a quarter of the samples that you came up with are using those disclosures. So first, lots of praise all over the place. I agree with the chair. I really want to invite colleagues and your staff's suggestions on what more we can do, particularly in the local area for education. I will reiterate some that I've pointed out, 2 points that pointed out before, because it's very relevant here. In my time, both before I came on the commission and since, locals don't know what behest payments are. They don't know it applies to them. I don't know why. I don't think it's for lack of great training materials and opportunities we've had. I've gone to the League of Cities annual conference where Chloe and others give a presentation on here's some updates. In the past, I've suggested, and I'd like to reiterate it, and if it just has to keep happening, perhaps on an annual basis, because staff changes, that, the league does training. The League of California Cities does training for its incoming elected officials, same with CSAC, on all the rules that people are applied. And we might have to be on the hustle, like really hustling with them if we want to see more disclosures. Clearly, there's a lack of awareness of it, that nobody's using that disclosure. So that's my first suggestion. I'm sure we've done that in the past, but since staff at cities changes, elected officials change each cycle. There's CSAC, School Board Association, Water Board, and League of Cities. Those probably special district cover a lot. So that's a suggestion, knowing that our team has already thought of it. It's not a brilliant idea, and you're probably still working on it. I'll pause there and see if you have recommendations that came out of this for other ways to get more pervasive awareness of this requirement. You or anybody else? I'm kind of looking at side eye to Director West.
So is Cole. So what we've been discussing is, we were even throwing around legislative ideas, because without the reporting being with the commission, beyond the reports that Mr. Smith could find online, it's very difficult for us to figure out who's complying and who's not and who's filing what, because some of them aren't even published on the local websites. So we were looking at, well, should there be a repository? And then you get into, should everybody file their behested payment reports with us? And so it starts to balloon into something much bigger. But we do a lot of outreach in this area. It's just, it's almost just something that people go, I don't know what that is, so I don't want to figure
It's a
it
weird
out.
word, for heaven's sakes.
So,
Yeah.
once you start with it's not a contribution or a gift, then they're like, oh, I'm out. So it's getting past that and trying to make this part of the vernacular in the world, so that people understand basically what it is, and that if there's some sort of relationship or proceeding, hey, you should really put that in your disclosures.
Mhm. Yeah, I know with the SEI becoming more electronic filing is going to be happening and more with us. And maybe we'll be able to share that information down to local jurisdictions so they can still have it. That may be down the road. Maybe we need a law and policy to think about. Is there legislation that we need to do on this? But see what we can control with what we have. The one question I did have is you said something that's in the presentation that this was a sign that people weren't getting it, is that sometimes the official was listed as the vice chair of a recipient organization or listed as vice chair, but the recipient was an individual. How can an individual be the beneficiary of a behest payment?
In these cases, I think it was a charitable where they were giving away backpacks, and whoever had filed the behest payment report had just included their role of vice chair in the new fields. So I think it was a case where it was just in error.
Okay.
But yeah.
So this wasn't the behest payment goes to an individual. The recipient was still the organization, but maybe it was in the form of backpacks or something.
Well, the recipient was an individual name that was listed in the behest payment report as having received
backpack.
I believe in one of the descriptions it had said backpacks.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Because it can, make you feel like my behesting a payment to go to somebody looks a little bit funny. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the work and the research, and I'll look forward to anything we can do to be helping increase awareness.
Excellent. Commissioner Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Cole Smith. Good job and detailed research on your part. I have a couple of technical questions. First, I was trying to follow the Form 803, and I was trying to keep up, but I just pulled it up online. I do have a couple of questions. One, I see on the form that it says a designated contact person, name and title. What is, I understand what the wording is, but what is, from your perspective, how do you see that that actual designation? Because I have some questions about that.
What section is this in?
This is the behested payment form. Am I on the right form? Form 803?
Yes.
Okay. It's on line 1. No, under number 1, line 2, was a designated contact person. Is that the old form or something? Or?
No, that's in this form. It wasn't a field that was focused on for this presentation. So it wasn't really included in any of my data.
Yeah, well, it's fine that it wasn't included. I can see why it wasn't included.
I would assume that's for the elected official, some kind of designated contact person.
Right, and that's how I see it as well. I'd like to envision a room, and going back to what Commissioner Baker said, the number of governing bodies, close to 1,000 or 1,000 or so school districts, 400 plus cities. So we're looking at thousands of elected officials. And I would be great if we could see them in a room filling out Form 803 and putting in all the detailed information. Right. But there's somebody probably designated at the staff level to do that. And when you have campaign committees, you have a treasurer who's responsible. Is there any individual who holds a comparable position when it comes to behested payments at the staff level?
I'm not sure what the staff level looks like and who's responsible for filing.
That's the whole point. That's the point.
Right.
When it comes to a campaign committee, it's like, wait a minute, the treasurer made these mistakes or omissions and needs to be addressed. I don't know if this would require legislation. Can't imagine it would. If there was more specificity to who the contact person is, that actually would provide more transparency, provide some legitimate cover where applicable to the elected official. So if you have a situation where you have an elected official who's the chair of, let's say, one of the caucus committees, could be the local level, state level, and then there's transition at the member level, then the member who may have taken over for that, that behested payment, or for that organization or caucus, whatever it may be, it's like he or she might say, well, I wasn't around when this happened 4 or 5 years ago. But if there's a responsible staff person, I think it would be easier to identify, okay, who's responsible here? So just something, I don't know how other commissioners feel about that, but without the accountability, then even if a staff person spends a couple hours a week working on this, they can always say, I have nothing to do with this, because contact person just looks like somebody to call.
Yeah, generally in my experience, that's usually who goes in that field. But that's a really good point, and relevant to the cases that have come up before us.
Yeah, I mean, and it might be the same person that's listed as a contact person, but that contact person, unless they're a volunteer, they're probably on somebody's payroll, and they're going to be, I think, more responsible if they're held accountable, because not only are you the designated contact person, based on the creativity at the staff level, you have a specific role that holds you accountable. And is there even a scenario where, let's say you have an elected official and they just, delegate it to a staff person, and the staff person makes some major errors in filling out the form, doesn't report information. Who's potentially held responsible there in that situation? Would it be the elected official, but not the staff person? Yeah, I think that's a big loophole.
Can a staff do that kind of work for the elected official without violating some work thing?
I don't know who does it. I'm just saying somebody does it. And I mean, unless we could envision a room with thousands of elected officials sitting down and filling out these forms, somebody's responsible.
Yeah.
Okay?
So the buck stops with the elected official because it's their filing responsibility.
Sure.
We do have aiding and abetting in our statute, which says that if they have filing obligations or they're paid for certain activities, they can be found as causes of the violation. So if they're, say, a 700 filer or something like that, something that puts them under the purview of the act, then that can be found to be the case. But generally, if they've completely delegated it and they don't have oversight over it, then the elected official is usually found liable.
Right. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying there's another layer here that I think at some point perhaps can be addressed. Because like I said, the elected officials, I mean, I'm sure there's some who are sitting there and, taking an hour or so to fill out the form and make sure they track all the reports and the nonprofits. But if not, then who's doing that? And that might be at the heart of what we need to address. So.
Yeah, I think another point of clarification, just to the specific hypothetical you laid out, just so we can be clear. If you have an elected official who solicits a payment in their capacity as the head of an organization, and then a new person comes into that same position, but they didn't, behest that payment or have any interaction with the payor, that payment wouldn't just be de facto considered made at their behest because they assume that position. So I just want to make that, clear to viewers just in case there was any question there. Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. I think both for that clarification, because there have been times we might have gotten, we've probed that question and haven't always gotten it quite that way. But also to Commissioner Wilson's point, I agree. I think the Chris Holden case that was the subject of one of the matters today is an example of what happens to an elected official potentially, and that they are the one that is the buck stops with. As further conversation may need to happen on this, but if we are trying to expand like liability to a staff, I could see where there are staff who won't take that role. especially because they may not be the ones who get to control it. I just have to think about that more. Would be good points. Yeah, good food for thought. And with the additional point that the official can be responsible also even if the staff is the one making the call, but it's with the, if I remember the rules correctly, it's with the express assent of the official. I mean, staff goes out and does it on their own, and the official doesn't have any knowledge of it. I think there might be some more points there of debate, but thank you.
Okay, great. Do we have any public comment on this item? No? Perfect. Then let's move on to the next item. And that
Thank
is
you.
going to be our legislative update. So we're going to welcome Senior FPPC Legislative Counsel, Lindsay Nakano. I feel like the last session just ended, Ms. Nakano. They're already coming back?
I feel the same. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Today I'll be presenting legislation ideas for 2025 for your consideration. Many of these ideas are still in development, so some of what you hear today will be general proposal ideas that staff will further develop in the coming weeks. I'll pause after each idea to give the Commission a chance to ask questions or for discussion. And unless the Commission wishes to pull any of these ideas after discussion, I'll ask the Commission to vote at the end as to whether to approve these general ideas for staff to develop and pursue. All right, the first idea relates to the Cal Access Replacement System. There are over 40 sections of the PRA that become operative after CARS is certified by SOS. These sections have been amended by several bills over many years. And for this proposal, we would look at all of these sections holistically to ensure that these sections are consistent both with each other and that they're functionally compatible with the aims of the new system, which is being designed to be data-driven as opposed to form-based. And I'll pause here if there's any questions.
Really, the only comment I have is that you, Ms. Hackert, I believe Ms. Shaw, we all joined CPTA, California Political Treasurers Association, this past week. They invited us to come speak on various different items, and this is an item that came up for them. They had concerns about the CARS project, and we just let them know that we're working closely with SOS, that we encourage them to provide comment to SOS as well as us, so we can make sure that this is a smooth transition. Any other comment on this first one? Okay, you can continue, Ms. Nakano.
All right, moving on to the second idea. This relates to the reporting of travel payments for elected officials that are paid for by nonprofit organizations. Under current law, a nonprofit organization that regularly organizes and hosts travel for elected officials must report those payments, but only if they meet certain thresholds. The nonprofit must report if it makes travel payments of more than $10,000 in a calendar year or more than $5,000 in a calendar year for a single person. And if the nonprofit's total travel payments are greater than 1/3 of its total expenses, as reported on IRS Form 990. Research by FPPC staff found that many nonprofit organizations that paid for elected official travel don't meet that 1/3 threshold as reported on the IRS form. This proposal would seek to eliminate that 1/3 threshold and may potentially make other adjustments to increase disclosure. This past year, there was a bill that would have expanded this kind of reporting, SB 1422. That bill failed in the first Appropriations Committee. In addition to eliminating the 1/3 threshold, the bill would have expanded who must report, such that all persons, individuals, and entities other than government entities and public or private colleges or universities would be required to report these travel payments. So under our proposal, we're not contemplating to take it to that expansion at this point, but that's what the prior bill did. I'll pause here for any questions.
If I may.
Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
I think, we don't always tell you this is the one that's your highest priority, but just for this one commissioner's perspective, I really hope we can get this one over the finish line, and I think it's very important for transparency. I hope we will be able to find authors and sponsors and give a priority to this one. On that, reiterating my annual encouragement that I know you work very hard on, and that is to ensure there, as much as possible, if it's a bill that we are sponsoring, as opposed to we're endorsing somebody else's, if it's our sponsorship, that to the extent it's almost a requirement that we get bipartisan support authors, I think that's really important for the purposes of our organization and also the prospects of the bill. So this would be one of those areas. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Moving on to number 3. All right, the PRA currently authorizes the commission to contract with local government agencies upon mutual agreement to administer, implement, and enforce their local campaign finance or government ethics laws. And that section in the PRA provides that this authorization will be repealed on January 1st, 2026, unless there is new legislation that extends or deletes that sunset date. So this bill would extend or delete the sunset date to enable the commission to contract with local government agencies for these purposes in the future.
Commissioner Wilson?
As a follow-up to the earlier presentation regarding our budget, what is the impact on the FPPC staff for providing this staff support?
Hello, Galena West, Executive Director. It's about fiscally neutral. So we bill for the services. They're contracted at the rate approved by the Attorney General. And so it's pretty much a neutral type thing. People seem to want to think that it's a way for us to make money, but we actually perform all the services. So
It's just good government on the
Right.
FPPC's part.
But we do get the money directly. It doesn't go to the general fund.
Yeah. I would think, and I don't want to take up too much time, that we'll get the actual budget that we need to run the FPPC. But there's a certain benefit in having a sunset. Because if at some point, let's say our budget is cut dramatically, and we hope that doesn't happen, then we would have the option of opting out, providing services to local governments. Now, just something to think about. I don't feel strongly about it, but if there's a sunset every couple of years, every 2, 3, 4 years even, it gives us some leeway if at any point I wouldn't be here, but the FPPC decided to opt out.
It's not required for us to contract. It's just giving us permission to. So the way that it's written in statute is that if someone approaches us and we come to a mutual understanding, like for instance, we've been approached by people that jurisdictions that don't have their rules in laws and ordinances, they have them more in policies, and we've declined, said that's not what our authority is. So there is wiggle room for us to decline. And it's more as the temperature of the commission is supportive of helping local entities or not. But I mean, it's been successful, and we'll be doing a report to the legislature at the end of the year.
Well, given that you have the option of opting out or not entering into that agreement, then that satisfies the issues that I wanted to raise. Thank you.
All right, moving forward. The fourth idea relates to disclosure of cryptocurrency. A person required to submit a statement of economic interests or Form 700 is not currently required to disclose whether they own any cryptocurrency or the value of that currency. This bill would classify cryptocurrency as an economic interest, subject to reporting and conflict of interest requirements. All right, seeing no questions, I'll move on. On to number 5. Currently, the Political Reform Act requires that a notice of bills that amend the PRA is sent to those who request that notice. Accordingly, FPPC staff send manual notifications by email whenever a PRA bill is introduced or amended, and there are currently 5 individuals who are signed up for that email list. As of January 1st of this year, 2024, leginfo.legislature.ca.gov has an automatic notice function for changes to all PRA bills, so it's specific to PRA bills. This function is available to the public, and a link to receive these notifications is displayed on the Legislative Information homepage. SB 681 from 2023 added this notice requirement, and that is in statute. Given the new ability to sign up for automatic updates, we think the requirement to manually notify individuals is no longer necessary. So this proposal would eliminate the manual notification requirement in section 81012. Okay, moving on, number 6. This idea relates to the prohibition on foreign contributions and expenditures. Existing law prohibits a foreign government or foreign principal from making a contribution, expenditure, or independent expenditure in connection with any state or local ballot measure or the election of a candidate to state or local office. The definition of foreign principal includes a foreign political party or a person outside of the United States who is not a U.S. citizen. This definition was discussed in a recent advice letter. While the advice letter did not come to any opinion or conclusion on the subject, it identified a gap in the language of the statute such that an individual who would be prohibited from making a contribution to a ballot measure committee if they were physically located outside of the country might be permitted to make that contribution upon merely visiting the United States. This proposal would broaden the foreign contribution and expenditure prohibition. For the Commission's consideration, I'll present 2 potential options. The first option would expand the prohibition to narrowly address the gap identified in the advice letter, such that a person merely visiting the United States would be prohibited from making a contribution or expenditure to a ballot measure committee, if they would otherwise be prohibited from making that contribution or expenditure if they were physically located outside of the country. And the second option would more broadly expand the prohibition to match federal law, which prohibits a foreign national from making a contribution or expenditure. Federal law defines foreign national as a government of a foreign country, a foreign political party, or any entity or group having its principal place of business in a foreign country, or an individual who is not a citizen or a national of the U.S. and who is not lawfully admitted for permanent residence in the U.S. And I do want to mention some relevant legislative history. The legislature has considered this expansion to foreign nationals before and previously opted to not make this change, most recently in 2017.
Ms. Nakano, in that instance, what did they cite as the reason for not trying to make the law consistent with federal law?
That particular bill was opposed by the ACLU. They cited in their opposition some constitutional concerns, including First Amendment and 14th Amendment equal protection concerns.
Okay. I think this is a very important issue. It's really the issue of our time when it comes to campaign finance and campaign election security, that sort of thing. I can't tell you, last day I remember not hearing something about foreign influence in government elections, right? And this is an opportunity for the FPPC to support legislation that would make it clear that that is, a potential threat to our political process, right? And that this would, in hopes, hopefully, prohibit that. I recognize that, maybe other stakeholders would take issue with this sort of legislation. I think that may be their role, right? The ACLU, that might be their role to advocate for those certain things. I feel like it's the FPPC's role to advocate for transparency in elections, and I think this is a clear opportunity for us to do that and allow for secure elections. Any other comments from commissioners?
Well, I'm sure I'll get to weigh in on this in law and policy, but I agree. And I think there is a path here that this can get tremendous consensus, knowing that there'll be some sensitivity because there's national conversations about immigration that are going to happen in the coming year, I'm sure. We don't want this to get drawn up in that. I consider this much more consistent with the work that's been done so far to not have a foreign government or foreign principal making a contribution to a independent expenditure with a ballot initiative. I can imagine a scenario, I hate to be the conspiracy theorist, where if somebody gets wise and there's a local jurisdiction that's setting forth a policy on a ballot initiative, that I think what this is loophole that's there is if they send folks on a travel visa, they could be in the United States with legal status because they're there under a travel visa and contributing to a ballot measure committee. And I think that's the kind of little loophole that we can take care of with this. I wouldn't at this time tell you which of the options you've presented or any others you should go with, because I think this is early days to be getting conversation with potential authors and what they think. And for us also in law and policy and as a full commission to be ruminating and coming up with proposals. But just want to emphasize, I think this is an important one to do that should be unrelated to whatever national immigration conversations will be happening. And I hope we can get there. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comment, I'll move on to number 7. This idea will be familiar, relating to lobbying audits. I think the Commission's very aware of the background on this, but for a quick recap for the public, very few of the audits of lobbying entities required to be conducted under the PRA are completed by the Franchise Tax Board due to inadequate resources. The FPPC supported a bill this past year that would have transferred the audit duty to the Commission, and among other things would have imposed an additional fee on lobbyists to cover the costs of the program. The bill failed in the Assembly Appropriations Committee, and staff are interested in pursuing this proposal again this year. We are researching other adjustments or additions to the bill that could help encourage its passage and increase lobbying transparency. All right, any comments? Seeing none, I'll move on to number 8. This would require disclosure of arrangements for prospective employment. For background, existing law prohibits a public official from making, participating in making, or using the public official's official position to influence any governmental decision directly relating to any person with whom the public official is negotiating or has any arrangement concerning prospective employment. This bill would require public officials to disclose arrangements for prospective employment on their Form 700s. Most likely, this disclosure would occur on the official's leaving office statement, which is due 30 days after the official leaves office.
And currently, just to be clear, that sort of disclosure is not required, right? It wouldn't be disclosed anywhere in a Form 700 or otherwise.
Correct.
Okay. And then it could be as easy, if it's adopted, it could be as easy as just checking a box and providing a date on a Schedule C of a Form 700, for example, like we do for positions, unpaid positions.
I'm not in charge of forms, but potentially.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. When I first read this and we first discussed it, I thought, well, this makes sense in so many ways, but it's going to come down to how we're defining public official. Because here's what I'm thinking of. There are a lot of people, my first reaction is like a legislator who's voting on oil-related bills, maybe going to work for oil company right after. And during their votes, during that time period, they're possibly negotiating a job. They shouldn't be. We all know that. But there's also folks who are Form 700 filers who might work at a public university. I realize I do now. I'm not thinking of myself, but who are Form 700 filers who are, or they're maybe at a local level, a Form 700 filer, and they're looking for a new job. And it's not their full-time job that makes them a Form 700 filer. Maybe they're volunteering on a board or commission at the local level. And now they don't want to really discuss that they interviewed, basically sought another job. They don't even want the public to know that they were looking for another job, especially if it's unrelated to what their commission would have dealt with. I just want us to think very carefully about those situations. Who are we really interested in covering here? And I think it's right off the top of the bat is it's lawmakers, potentially more, but lawmakers who are making decisions and possibly within their jurisdiction and their influence, and then going to work for that, almost like the whatever they call it, the revolving door type thing. Yeah, not the person who's maybe volunteering on a board or commission, maybe even getting a stipend or a salary, but it's not their full-time job, or they are not in that lawmaking capacity, but they're a Form 700 filer, and should they have to disclose on this form that they are on the job market, and including potentially who it is. So that's my caution as we look at this. I think we need to be sussing this out more before we shop it around to folks and who it covers. So, thank you.
Those are great points. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay. Then we have number 9.
Okay, moving on. This idea relates to the prohibition on contributions in state buildings. Existing law prohibits the receipt, delivery, or attempted delivery of a campaign contribution in the state capitol. any state office building or any office for which the state pays more than half of the rent other than a legislative district office. This proposal would expand that prohibition to any legislative office, including district offices, as well as local offices. And the intent here is to prevent even the appearance of quid pro quo in government decision-making. Okay.
Great.
So there is one bonus idea not in the report, but it was added after the agenda was posted relating to electronic filing of behested payment reports. This doesn't get to the substance of reporting, but rather the process. For very brief background, elected officers and members of the PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, are required to file behested payment reports with their respective agencies. The agency has a duty to forward a copy of that report. For elected state officers and PUC members, the report goes to the Commission. Agencies that submit a copy of the report to the FPPC currently have 3 options for submitting that copy. They can use the electronic filing system on the FPPC website. They can send a hard copy or they can email a copy. This bill would require an elected state officer or a member of the PUC to file directly with the Commission instead of with their agency using the Commission's electronic filing system. The Commission sought similar legislation in 2021, but that idea did not find an author that year.
Thank you. So you saw that one coming, didn't you, Commissioner Baker?
I saw something related to behest payment filing coming. That's a bonus number 10 there, item number 10.
Okay, great. Is there anything else, Ms. Nakano?
That concludes the ideas. I'd happy to take any questions.
Any public comment? We have what?
Written public comment.
Okay. Up there? Okay. Yeah, I can't either. Okay, well, we're not taking any decisions today. We're not making any decisions. So perhaps we'll just review this as a commission individually. This will be distributed to each one of the commissioners, right? Okay, excellent. Does that sound good, everybody? Perfect. Okay, then we're going to move on to executive staff reports.
Quick question. I don't
Oh,
know,
go ahead.
maybe it's at the end of the agenda, potential ideas for not necessarily legislation, but issues we might need to address. Will there be time at the end of the agenda to kind of raise some of those points?
Yeah, we're going to touch on those on 24th.
That's kind of a legislative related one, but I can wait till.
Totally up to you. What would you
No,
prefer?
I'll wait till.
Okay, great.
So with the legislative proposals, we would like some direction approval where Ms. Nakano can shop ideas at this point. So if you either want to do that as a verbal assent or a vote, it's up to you.
Sure. Any thoughts on that before we move forward in terms of what, if we have any concerns? I think I agree with the concerns that were raised by Commissioner Baker as to number 6 and so I'm talking about the clarification and prohibition of contributions. Is that something we want to flush out more at law and policy? And then also 8, the prospective employment. I think that's something we want to flush out at law and policy before you try to go get authors. Any that you were concerned about, Commissioner?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't think the number 6 needs to not start having conversations. I don't want to tie Ms. Nakano's hands to starting to get feedback even informally. I would just not give her specific direction that this is the option that we want yet, because I think we still have more conversations to have. The one with respect to employment, I think even before we talk to members about it, I do think we have to, all of us need to be thinking more about who do we really want to cover, because that is for all the reasons I said. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, it sounds like then just hold 8 for the time being, and we'll move on.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, executive staff reports. We have our Chief Enforcement, James Lindsay.
Good afternoon. I only need about an hour, so I think we're in pretty good shape. But I just wanted to highlight, I wanted to highlight a couple of our pre-election efforts in enforcement. I know the commission is interested even at this hour in what happened there. As you can see from page 1 of the report, we received 448 complaints in the month of October. That couples with the 199 complaints that we received in September for a total of 647. If you look at page 3, I guess that was page 2, page 3 of the report, where you look at the yearly statistics, we had 653 complaints the entirety of 2023. So very heavy workload for intake. I want to congratulate them on handling so many complaints. Spent a lot of time in those pre-election efforts. We're still getting through those complaints, and that has created the opening of quite a few cases as well. But we'll work our way through those, and it was not a bad result at all, I don't think. We'll continue to work hard over the next month or so to resolve those that we can, and continue to resolve other cases. We also had significant pre-election outreach efforts within enforcement. As that situation happens now, the prep team does a lot of the initial communications with individuals that have not filed their pre-election statements, but those that they cannot successfully get their reporting done, those move on to enforcement. We had several cases initially opened with those. We were pretty successful getting people to file. Most of the enforcement referrals that came to us did file, but we did file, I think, 4 probable cause reports against local candidates that did not file. Those are still open. And we did file 1 injunction against a state Senate candidate, and that matter is still pending with the Butte County Superior Court. So I just wanted to let you know what was happening there on a very high level, but I can answer any questions.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that update. I met personally with your staff and expressed to them just how much we appreciate their hard work this time of year. I know they miss out on dinners with family, baseball games, all sorts of things that have to be missed because there's just so much workload this time of year, and we just really appreciate you making that sacrifice.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I was going to save this for the legal update, but it sounds like it's in your area. So the injunction, we don't need to know anything more about the facts. We've been sent the clips on it. Maybe that's the legal team. Do we know what the next step in the litigation is that is publicly disclosable, like what the court has said? Is there usually an injunction, there's a deadline by which briefing happens, and or has the injunction been issued, is it being appealed? I'm just curious the public legal posture of the case.
Yes, so we went in ex parte and to have an injunction hearing before the election. That injunction was granted. The respondent was, or defendant was ordered to file by the date of the election. And we have a case management conference.
Okay.
So it basically will track the normal civil court scenario. The case management conference is out somewhere in April. At this point, we are continuing to try to get all the filings, and then it will process as a normal civil action will.
Okay. And I know they if I remember correctly from the news, this individual countersued or counter-complaint or whatever the technology is. So this is an enforcement matter. With the countersuit, it doesn't go to our legal team in court?
It's not really a countersuit.
Oh, okay.
There's not, the only thing in Superior Court is our injunction.
Okay.
And now a request for ultimately what would be a request for civil penalties and whatnot. I think you're referring to the civil rights violation.
Yes.
I don't know what the processing of that is exactly.
Okay.
But someone else that may or may not have an enforcement action. We have not been contacted.
It's not in the same case number before the same court? Okay, thank you.
No, that was filed with the Attorney General's civil division.
Okay, thank you for that Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Quick question on that.
Commissioner Wilson.
Don't want to create any additional work or anything. Is there anything like a summary of that particular case that you could make available, or?
The summary of the injunction?
Yeah, without putting any additional workload on any.
There are public filings. I think that from an informational standpoint, we can probably provide those. I just don't think that we can have any discussion to keep with Dr. King, but we can certainly give information to individual commissioners or as a group.
Yeah, just to review, not to act on, just.
Yeah, that can be done.
Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Let's move on to Chief of the Audits and Assistance Division, Ms. Shaw. Good afternoon. My computer just let me know that it's about to be sundown, so.
Good afternoon. My report for this month is as submitted, but happy to answer any questions.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Shaw? Go ahead.
I just, and again, I said I wasn't going to say anything about this. First of all, you do an excellent job.
Thank you.
But for the record, given the thousands of employees that the Franchise Tax Board has, I don't think we can sit here and allow them to say that they didn't have the staffing to be able to do the audits. They made someone at a high level made a conscious decision not to do that. And without getting into the details, when you just look online at the number of employees at the Franchise Tax Board versus the FPPC, I mean, it's not something that is even worthy of comparison. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
That's an excellent point. Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Baker?
I agree, and somewhat completely unrelated though is, do you know or have on calendar yet when the next draw for the random audits will be?
Yes.
Can you share when that date
It
is?
is not on the calendar yet.
Okay.
We are working with FTB on finalizing the dates.
Okay.
But we will be sending notifications to all of the commissioners.
Terrific. And might even, if I get so specific as a calendar invite, I've wanted to attend and sometimes I can't make, but I think it would be great to see how that happens. We've already had briefings on the draw process and everything. So thank you very much.
Those will be scheduled soon.
Great,
In the
thank
next
you.
few weeks.
Excellent. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Shaw. Let's move on to the Legal Division, General Counsel Bainbridge.
I can take a hint about the sun going down, so I'll be brief. I do want to give a lot of credit to all the staff. With the election, we responded to an incredible amount of requests. I have a few numbers that I'll give that just because they're interesting. For our phone people, during the 90-day period, they answered 2,706 calls.
Wow.
With an average waiting time of 43 seconds for the people on the phone before they got through to a human being that can answer their questions. In the week leading up to the election, 154 calls and 23 seconds waiting time before they got to talk to a human being. So try that with your cable company and see if you get that quick of a response. Similarly, our email crew in the 90-day period, and this would be PRCs as well as the attorneys who help out with email questions. So the 90-day period before the election, 2,878 emails were answered. And then the 7 days before the election, 181 emails that they responded to just in that short amount of time. Just to give you some perspective of how busy they were leading up to the election. And then I just wanted to highlight some numbers that are already in my report from the pre-election efforts to get people to file statements that they failed to file before the election. Our prep group takes a break from creating trainings to conduct this pre-election efforts in conjunction with the Enforcement Division. 249 pre-election referrals they received before the general election. 233 of these people came into compliance after being contacted or after being referred to prep without ever having to go to enforcement. So coming into compliance means they filed their statements that were missing. So that disclosure was made well before the election in most of those instances. So that works out to a few more went over to enforcement, and after being contacted by enforcement, they filed. So overall, we had a 99% rate of success in getting filings done before the election from people who had not initially filed on time.
That's spectacular, especially with those numbers that you're dealing with, unfortunately. Well, thank you again for your effort and everybody on your staff. That's spectacular. Any other comments from commissioners?
Impressive.
Next we have Dr. Ju Wang, Chief of Administration and Technology Division. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So my report will submit as it is. The one thing I want to add, the brass email to all the filer, we just sent out at 2 o'clock. So regarding the AB 1170 mandatory e-filing requirement. So I want to give kudos to the SEI unit because now they are bombarded with all the email for the last 2 hours. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Looks like we're welcoming 4 new employees. One of the names is pretty familiar to me. Andrea Hernandez is our staff services analyst. Welcome. The name that's familiar to me is Simon Russell, who was in the enforcement division with me years ago, and several of us. Glad to have Simon back. I hope to bump into him around the office one of these days. And then 2 in the administrative division, Kate. And Kate, my apologies ahead of time for potentially mispronouncing your name, Sviensen. We'll figure that out afterwards. Staff services analysis and analyst, and then Brian Huang, information technology associate. Really glad to have all of you. And I know it's not easy to find candidates for all these positions, and the administrative division does an excellent job getting us some excellent candidates and excellent people here at the FPPC. So let's go ahead, and we have one. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
Well, I was going to ask, the website is mentioned as being updated, and I'm just curious when the last time we updated our website. And that can come later, unless you happen to know, because I noticed that's one of the things, we're doing a website replacement project.
10 years?
Has it been 10 years? Thank you for coming on that one. I feel like it was more recent, like since I've been on the commission, but it might have been parts of the website, so.
I think if my memory correctly, it's 2018 or 16. Yeah.
Wasn't it? Okay.
Yes, now yeah. So we're currently working with the website now, and hopefully the new website will be available by the end of this fiscal year, which is June 2025.
Yeah, I thought the education committee had worked on a updated one, but
Right.
I
I think you're thinking of the search function.
Yeah, search
Oh,
function.
maybe.
Yeah, she's right. Yeah.
Or the mobile app.
Yeah, I guess if you call them enhancements. There's been some enhancements to the website since I joined the commission in 2019. And I think the one that is just excellent on the part of the IT information technologies, for those of you who don't know what IT means, for the information technology staff is the ability to search for specific information. So if you put it in quotes, for example, you get that exact search as opposed to just a more general one. And then all of the a lot of the information on the website were put into PDFs so they could be more easily downloaded and could not be modified because once they were at one point, like 2019, when I came on, they were in Word. So you could pull it up in Word and, kind of play around with it and say, hey, look at this this information from the FPPC, which of course was not accurate. So excellent job. Looking forward to the additional updates.
Okay, thank you.
And I think it's worth noting that in this section E at the very bottom, there is a survey that we've been sending around to the regulated community to get feedback on how they use our website, what they find helpful, what they don't find helpful, what we could add, etc. And we're doing that because we want to, again, make sure we have a lot of transitions going on for whatever reason. We want to make sure this is a smooth transition. I know how frustrating it can be to do this, work in this area professionally, and then one day show up at a website and have no idea where everything is. So we want to make sure that we do a good job and are consistent. So if you could provide us with that user research data, we'd really appreciate it. So that link is at the bottom there, and we've sent out this link to the California Professional Treasurers Association, California Professional Attorneys Association, CSAC, I believe the League, the Assembly, the Senate. We're really taking a broad approach to getting that feedback, so hopefully you'll participate. Thank you.
On the just website issue, I know I'm not taking the survey, sorry, but a topic that came up earlier this year was how do we deal with how far back our advice letters go? And when information is no longer on point or the updated one. And I'm just going to put out there, I don't know how much that's going to be part of the website update, but I know it's something that we have discussed as a commission just in the last 12 months as this is something we need to look at, and I'll leave that since we're talking website.
That's a good point, and I'm very mindful of how difficult it can be sometimes for just the general public to be aware of what an advice letter is, let alone track down the ideal one for them. So want to make sure it's clear for them. Okay, let's move on. Well, before we do that, we have one more. So Executive Director update, Galena West, Executive Director.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to thank Amanda Apostle for filling in for Sasha. As you know, I got a promotion and left us. We have over 300 applications for the commission assistant position. We should be interviewing in December, so you'll stay tuned. We also have over 40 applications for communications director. So I'd like to thank Lindsay Nakano, Cole Smith, and Dave Bainbridge for filling in for one person, J.Y. Ranka. So everybody is kind of pulling double duty right now, and so hopefully we'll get those positions filled shortly.
Excellent. Thank you. Any public comment on the executive staff reports? Hearing and seeing none. Let's move on to item 24, commissioner comments and proposed future agenda items. I know that Commissioner Wilson had an item that you wanted to touch on.
Yeah, just something that perhaps can be researched, looked into. I'm not suggesting this should be legislation necessarily or even any other action, but the whole issue of local ballot measures and sales taxes being advocated for at the local level in violation of the mass mailing prohibitions. And when that occurs, the only option to the FPPC is to impose a fine not a fine, but to basically, impose a fine to the local government. They pay that fine, and that's the end of the discussion. But the city if I lived in that city, I'd say I might vote for that initiative. And what's a few $1,000s, even 20 or 30,000, to pay the fine, knowing that we're going to get $10 million in local revenue. Now, the mass mailing prohibition is very clear. But if the city clerk, general counsel who work for those cities, if they were potentially going to be fined, I bet you they would be giving different advice to the elected officials. I don't think that we should hold elected members, like city council members, school board members, accountable. But there's a structure that needs to be addressed in some way. And I don't know what's the best way to deal with it, but we're going to continue to see those cases, because if a city can spend, hey, we'll pay the fine because we're going to potentially get millions of dollars in additional local revenue. So I don't know how we address that. Maybe just the status quo continues, but I think it just doesn't look good in terms of how those matters are handled.
Commissioner Baker?
I 100% agree. And the calculus under existing law is an incentive for that local entity to skirt the rules. It happened, in my opinion, with BART in 2016 or 18. Possibly that Los Angeles County example that was brought up today, $1 million, but they got to pass the measure. And it might be a hit they're willing to take. And it's been very unsatisfying that what our remedies are available to us to be a greater disincentive for that to happen. I think I would add, because my request is this may or may not be related to the Dixon public comment that we've received. I know I've raised it before, and that is perhaps a briefing, maybe it's after the first of the year when we get potentially new commissioners, on campaign advocacy versus education. And what might we as a commission want to spearhead in the coming years to improve that? And some things are regulation, some things are in the statute about the magic words. One of the stipulations today had a good overview of what the law was on when you're giving educational materials about a bond measure and when you're, flat out saying you got to vote for this, or something in between, and a judgment is made. And I think one of our next great frontiers as a commission is improving these overlapping areas. And so I thank Commissioner Wilson for raising that. And I add to it that point. Thank you. I have an additional one unrelated, but if there's others, I want to. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So my question for a future event is following up on what was documented in the minutes from the last meeting, which is understanding more. I had asked a question when reputational protection services are funded by campaign funds. When is that okay? When is it not okay? And I believe Council Bainbridge, you mentioned we'd come back to us with a report on it. Was I correct that might be on the January timeframe, or what timeframe might you be anticipating? And perhaps the minutes give a better description of what we were referring to.
Yeah, I don't have a time frame at this point on that, but I can look at it and see when I think was reasonable to get back to.
Okay, that would be, I'll probably ask it in January to see when that might happen. I may or may not still be on the commission at that point, but I do think that's something that my feedback is very grateful for your time with all that's there, but that hopefully it's not too far off in the future. Thank you.
And the last item here, and I would certainly prioritize Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Baker's points prior to this one, is one of the things that I hear the most from people related to the electoral process, political process, is they hate getting text messages from candidates. They feel like when they hit stop, it only increases. So I don't know what it is that we really can do. I don't know if it falls within our jurisdiction, but even if it's to write a strongly worded letter, I think anything helps, because I just think it's abhorrent, the number of text messages that are sent out for that purpose right now, and the inability to stop them from coming in. So that's it for me. I'll get off my soapbox. Any other items?
Move to adjourn.
Second. Ms. Apostle?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Chair Silver?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.